Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. And we're live! Hello, everybody, and welcome to Casket Kings Movie Night. I am here with two very good friends of mine.
What's
The
up?
historian.
And the Canadian.
Can I ask Casket, what's the largest hot dog you've ever eaten?
I've eaten. I want to say I've eaten an 18-incher.
What?
Oh, yeah, it
When?
was made up real good with like onion rings and like spicy shit. Oh, man.
Onion rings. Where did you get this hot dog?
At a little diner.
Man.
They don't
Did
have them
you
anymore. I'm very
did you eat
sad.
the whole thing or did you like cut it in half or how did you go about
I
it?
had to cut it in half.
What? So you were eating nine at a time.
Yeah.
Was it what kind of diameter are we talking?
It was a pretty thick hot dog. It wasn't no thin hot dog.
Pause.
Wow. Do you think we could do a whole hour just talking about that hot dog?
I could.
You could.
This should be like a trial run to see if Casket can be like a proper movie critic. Not critic, but like a commentator. Since like his
Oh,
usual movie viewings, he doesn't talk too much.
it will not be. I've never seen this movie, Casket, and as I told Casket, I got to work in the morning, so I won't be able to stay long, hopefully. Maybe this movie will just, catch my fancy and I'll really stick towards it. Can I
Yeah, we're gonna
ask
we're
before
gonna
the movie?
start the movie at 7:10.
Okay, so we got 10 minutes to talk about hot dogs
We got
before the
8 minutes
movie.
to buy popcorn and concession
Let the people
stuff.
wander in. We already got one
Casket,
viewer. Hello to our first viewer. We're having movie night. We're watching Night of the Living Dead.
Jeff, I don't know if you saw, I didn't see much of the live stream that Casket did earlier, but I caught the tail end of it and I thought it was so funny because Casket said, well, I have to go prepare now. I really want to keep talking to you. And I think he had like 13 viewers, maybe even more. He had just a ton of viewers and a ton of upvotes. And this was a great live stream, but he said, oh, I want to keep doing it, but I got to go prepare for the movie. And he said, that'll be at 7. And this was at like 4 o'clock. And I was thinking, what do you need to do for 3 hours to prepare for it? And Casket told me, like, it just takes a long time for me to prepare for things.
Yeah, I don't know what
Like,
that means exactly.
could you talk about what you were doing in the last 3 hours to prepare to watch this YouTube video, Casket?
Honestly, I kind of flaked and forgotten.
Oh, we had extra queso for half a
He's
second,
having
but
trouble with his mic. He'll be back.
oh, he does have those problems.
Hold
Oh
on, we
yes,
got
he
we got
does.
a message for Casket. Who would you rather hot dog, Jeff or Historian?
Is this in the live stream?
This is in messages for Casket.
Oh, in the Discord. Okay. Well, he already rated us, and I can't even believe it, but somehow I was 2 points higher than Jeff, which I can only say, not on a boo boo to Jeff. And I remember Jeff was like, how can I be rated the lowest? Like, no, this can't be happening. But that's like comic irony that Jeff was the man behind all those women pictures, but then he had to feel the wrath of Casket's very hard rating, right?
It was cosmic justice.
Right. It was. But it's not really because now I have to be the one, as Ninkar Poop says, getting hot dogs. So sometimes it's better to not be an 8.
Yeah.
Casket, how would you rate yourself on a scale from 1 to 10?
Oh God. Are we just going by looks?
Um, Did you rate us just by looks or by personality as well? I
By
assume it was
looks
just
only.
okay, so you have to rate yourself by looks only.
Alright, I don't know, I'm like a 3, maybe a 2.
What was the biggest hamburger you ever ate?
It was the size of a hubcap.
What?
And I ate
What?
3/4 of it.
Where did you get it?
There was this diner, they had a challenge. It
No
was a
way.
hamburger the size of a hubcap. I
And
ate
you
three
failed the
fourths of.
challenge?
Oh no, I didn't buy it for the challenge. I bought it to go.
What? You didn't even do the challenge with the
No,
challenge. You
because
just
I
said, I
gave
want
I
to eat that
gave
much
one
food.
slice of it to my mom, and I ate the other 3 slices because I was a teenager and I was a growing boy and I was fucking starving all the time.
So it's not that you didn't eat the other third or the other fourth, whatever you said, because of, you were full, but it was just you being nice. And you said, well, we'll give this to you. Do you think you could have ate the whole
Oh,
hubcap?
I probably could have, yeah.
Wow.
Yo, my Floyd's Pink 79, what's up? Demonic Pretty, what's up? Yo!
Demonic Pretty, yo. In the words of Extra Queso, we love you, Demonic Pretty. And we love you, My Floyd is Pink 79. Could you say something, Casket, against people um, who make money off of poor children?
I think it's terrible, just terrible.
Can you talk directly to the people who make money off of poor children and kind of like give them your mind?
Why are you doing that? Quit it. You know that ain't
Can
right.
you name could you name a YouTuber that you think is borderline that they might be making money off of poor children?
Oh god, Jake Paul. Is that one of them?
Wow.
Can I see that one?
You're probably thinking Logan Paul. He's like the more scammier
Oh
of the
yeah.
brothers.
What did you think, Casket? This is old news, but the Suicide Forest with Logan Paul.
Oof. I ain't touching that with a 10-foot pole.
Were you ever a Paul fan?
Oh goodness, no.
What's your first memory of the Paul brothers, either or?
I can't even tell them apart half the time.
What if
I
would you be really phony if Jake Paul or Logan Paul came into the chat and said, "Hey, I really love you. I want you to be on my next video"? Would you say, "Hey, yeah, I'm going to be on the video"?
Gosh. On my morals, I would say no, but they have a lot of money.
Remember when this never came up in the live stream, but I asked you if you could be like Tom Cruise within Scientology, would you do it? And what did you say, Casket?
I said no, I wouldn't do it.
And I said, like, Casket, you're going to have the life of like a billionaire, like whatever you want is yours. You're going to have a complete life of luxury. And he said, absolutely not. I will not be Tom Cruise within Scientology. What was your reasoning?
I just don't feel that it's right to be taking advantage of those people.
But then you say, I think Jake or Logan Paul might be taking advantage of people, but when they might come into your YouTube chat, you say, man, it would be against my morals, but they have a lot of money. I might be able to
Yeah, and
make
it would be a
money
really
off
hard
it.
choice. And like
What choice
depending
would
on
you
how
make?
much money, like let's say honestly, let's say they would say we want you on our video, and all you gotta do is do something with bread. We'll give you $1 million. All you gotta do is hit somebody with a slice of bread. And you know what, man? How could I turn that down? It's $1 million for doing something stupid like throwing a slice of bread. I
My
would be the biggest idiot not to take that money.
My Floyd is Pink 79 in the chat is angry. He says, "When does the movie
Oh
start?"
yeah,
He didn't
yeah,
say
it's
this.
7:10. The movie starts right now.
Right. So you start it, King.
Come on, Mr. Projectionist, hit that play button. Wait, 1968 and it's black and white?
There, now you guys can watch in real time. Alright, so this is George Romero's Night of the Living Dead horror classic.
Is it actually scary? Because I'm of the opinion that no old movies are scary. When I look back at movies like Psycho, I can get why people probably thought it was scary at the time, but it does nothing for me.
This movie was fucking scary as fuck at the time. Alright,
I agree.
I cut down the
Psycho's
volume
not
of the movie.
scary. It didn't change much. You probably didn't have to. I agree. Psycho's not scary. I think the only part that is even almost intended to be scary is when they show the body. And that's a little, like, that's where I see it where you could say, oh, at the time, people would have been like, holy crap.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, but
it's like
my mom saw this in the drive-thru, and she says at that part of the movie where the little girl has the digging trowel and she's like stabbing her mother, people would be like screaming in their cars because they were so terrified.
this is as Jeff pointed out. He said, "Wow, this is very late for black and white." But 1968. I mean, how much later? I think it's 1974 that Texas Chainsaw Massacre came out, and to me, that is a scary movie. So
Yeah, I'm trying to think like the oldest movie.
Hey, Casket.
Maybe The Innocents that came out.
You need to adjust volume. People can't hear over the movie. Turn the movie volume down a little bit. The comments were saying that.
Okay, I've turned it down almost all the way.
No.
That is how they do it.
Hold on, that may be too much. You want to double check.
If you can.
Okay, well, double check for me.
Oh yeah.
All right,
that's true. Just
I'll be back.
Caption.
I'll be back. I'm gonna double check the volume mix.
Johnny, it takes you 5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Can you do closed captions, Casket?
I believe so.
Yeah, click.
It should just be a very okay. Good. Good. Okay. Can you explain what's going on right now in the movie, Casket?
There's a signal coming in through the radio, and the lady's going to the grave, and she doesn't hear it, but the brother does, and he turns off the radio.
Isn't that so classic, even almost cliche, where they're in the car and then they get it's like that famous, like, scary story. They're in the car. Actually, this is Bill Murray from Meatballs. They're in the car and they hear, a criminal escaped from the mental institution of the criminally insane, and he has a hook for a hand. And he said, "That's it for me." He put the car in drive, floored it, takes the woman home, gets out of the car on the driver's side, walks out of the car to the passenger side door, and what does he see on the handle? But a metal hook. And then everyone goes like, "Hook," and they run away, and it's like, how is that a scary story?
It is funny how like so many horror movies, it starts with like a TV broadcast of a news report saying like somebody just broke out of a jail or a mental asylum or this or that. And it's always like the main character is like not even paying attention to it. It's just for the audience.
a little spit and polish, you can clean this up. Sell it next year. Wonder how many times we bought the same one.
This is Krusty.
Yeah.
Oh.
People are saying thanks for turning on captions. Someone's got to keep up with chat.
It's Krusty, but he's muted.
No, I can hear him.
Yeah, I can hear him.
He just needs
well.
to turn down his volume so that we can hear him over the movie. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I can hear him.
Demonic Pretty says the H word. I won't say it because then it'll get Casket his whole channel banned. But the H word, yeah, good movie.
Somebody, My Floyd's Pink is saying I should do a movie night every month, especially on Friday.
I haven't seen you in church lately.
Casket, you need to look up what other movies don't have copyrights, because we can't keep watching Night of the Living Dead.
Bro, just use Grok 2 or ChatGPT. Boom, instant list.
It's just the hard thing is I don't even understand why this is not copyrighted because.
Oh, I can tell you why.
I mean, why?
Because when they were putting the movie together in the final cut, they forgot to put in the copyright information, so it automatically became public domain.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
no
exactly
way.
what happened. Yeah.
See, this is exactly what would be on actual DVD commentary, Casket. So, do you ever watch Casket? Have you ever watched like a commentary for a movie before?
Yeah, I have
Like,
actually. This movie.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
What's the best commentary you've ever seen?
The one for the Dawn of the Dead remake was pretty good. I've seen some video game commentaries that were pretty good.
Don't you find though that some of those commentaries are like there's two different kinds of commentaries, and I think we're doing the latter part, but there's one where it's like they're going to comment about what's happening immediately on the screen, but there's this other part of commentary where they're just kind of going off about something, a tangent that's totally different.
By the way.
I would say the best commentary I've ever listened to would be, oh gosh, what was it called? Yeah, it was like, remember in the early 2000s when they were making all of those raunchy spin-off, like Not Another Epic Movie or Not Another blah blah blah. Yeah, the one that they made about the superheroes where the guy had the small chicken wings.
Yeah.
The reason do you know the movie I'm talking about?
Called? Yeah, what is that called?
He was like an X-Men and his power was having chicken wings on his back.
Oh, actually, that's not even the one I was thinking of. I thought you were talking about that. Is it called like? It's a parody of the Scary Movie thing, but then there's the butler with the really small hand.
No. This is the one I'm talking about. Is the one where it's like making fun of all of the early 2000s superhero movies.
I haven't seen that.
Wait, did that guy end up having like the powers of a dragonfly or something?
Anyways, long story short, here's why the commentary is so good on that one. Because in the DVD, they had special bonus things that you could get to if you paused at the right moment that they didn't tell anyone about. And if you didn't watch the commentary, you would know nothing about it. And like they had some really great bonus material that you can only find if you pause on the exact moments, and it'll auto-load a new video sequence. And a lot of that is lost media now, unless you have that DVD from like 2004. Like it was interactive.
Damn.
Doesn't that suck that there are all these DVDs that have just like these great extra features, but it's like you can't get them if you're really trying to pirate the video online. You have to own the DVD. And it's just like, what the F? Like, particularly, my favorite, I don't know, I've listened to a lot of them. I love the movie Chinatown, and I listened to, most recently, a commentary on Chinatown by, is his name like Richard Towns or something? Townsend maybe, but the writer of it, and I watched that, and that was one of those classic examples where it's just the whole time he was talking about other things, But I was like, oh, I'm so interested in what he's talking about. But I love the movie Crumb. Just a great documentary. And if you actually get the Criterion DVD, it has a commentary by R. Crumb himself with Roger Ebert. And I'm like, God, I want to hear that so bad, but I'm not about to spend however much money it takes to get the DVD. I don't even have a DVD player, so.
Well, I would say here's another one that you absolutely need to watch. The Final Destination movie that came out around 2006, 2008 range. If you had the DVD, they had alternate endings. It was to choose your own adventure fucking movie.
Oh,
They had
yeah,
alternate.
I remember that.
They had
I remember
alternate
I was three.
scenes. Yeah, they had alternate scenes for everything. If you put all the video footage together, it was almost 8.5 hours of footage. So like you had the theater release where you made no choices, but you could. They had endings where you could save everybody, or endings where everybody fucking died. Like that was like way before its time. It's so if you're gonna ever buy a DVD, get that one. It's freaking. It was like, you know how Netflix came out with that Black Mirror choose your own adventure thing.
Bandersnatch, I think
Yeah, this was Vandersnatch before Vandersnatch. This is like where Vandersnatch got the idea. Yeah.
Bandersnatch, if I remember correctly, is from a poem by Lewis Carroll that's called Bright. I don't even remember, but it was that. I love that poem. I can't think of what its name is. It's not. I can't remember. That's what too much old Elkie on your mind. You forget the title of the poems by Lewis Carroll, who wrote Casket. What's his most famous work? I'll give you a hint. Your girlfriend has a name that comes from this title. I believe Alice even told me that she chose her name off of the title of this book.
Oh, it's Alice in Wonderland.
Alice in Wonderland, Lewis Carroll's most famous work. Absolutely.
You know that is that his name Lewis Carroll is an artistic name, right?
Right. I can't remember what his real name is, but
I will remember his real last name is Dodgson.
Oh, hey, babes, when did you get here?
oh yeah, it's probably like Charles Dodgson.
You joined like 5-10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Well, this hangs. That's one thing she can do. Casca, can you tell us what has been going on in the movie so far? It seems like a lot of people are moving very quickly.
And this woman is having a mental breakdown because she just saw her brother get killed.
Dang, the dead are rising.
By the way, I was on a different podcast earlier today on a different YouTube channel.
Really?
Yeah.
Frosty's a mover and shaker.
I have to see it.
All right. Not only that, but I've got us a guest lined up for a podcast coming up. I'm doing moves in the backgrounds, people. I'm making all of this good shit lined up. And if you guys are here watching this movie, you get to know live. It is someone from the LOLcow Live universe. Hand to God.
Oh my God.
Hand to God.
Have a tattoo.
Look, all I'm saying, I'm not going to give any other hints. Not yet. I'll give another one at our next Casket Crew podcast. They have to wait till then. But guaranteed someone from the universe is going to be on the Casket Crew podcast.
Oh my God, it's a dead body.
Oh no!
You don't have to say this, but were they ever or are they currently super, super morbidly obese?
I'm not going to say anything.
Could you imagine if Krusty actually got Boogie of all people? I think Boogie's a little too... He's almost like Hollywood Walk of Fame level on YouTube.
Hey, don't forget, I'm pulling airsoft. You don't think I could pull bugs? I know how to do shit. Okay, I've literally got a communications degree.
That might be foreshadowing to the guest who's going to come on.
No, but the fact that you said that I can't makes me want to.
Could you imagine, though, what would the conversation be like?
Frosty, I bet you can't get Shane Dawson on the podcast at all.
Why Casket You've obviously said that Shane Dawson was the reason you started YouTube, but do you still like him at all?
Yeah, I
Like, would
still
you
like
watch?
him.
Really?
Wow.
I don't really watch his podcast, but when he comes out with conspiracy theory videos, I like to watch them.
Hey, that would be a good segment. Casket conspiracy theories.
Do you live here?
What do you think?
He did that a little bit earlier today with the UFO thing. In fact, I thought it was interesting. He said, my mom told me I got to look up this UFO thing.
Ooh, I think we need to have a conspiracy theory segment.
Alright, so my mom was telling me about this thing. Apparently there's like a mothership hovering over Mexico or some shit. And that's why they banned TikTok so no one could film it.
I thought it was really funny. You were like, my mom told me I have to look this up. And then you were kind of like whispering or talking very softly. And you were like, mothership crash landed Mexico.
Wait, Cascade, do you think that's true?
There's no way.
I mean, I don't think the whole. I know that's not why the whole TikTok thing happened, but.
Like, if there's a mothership over Mexico, it could get out to any social media site.
Exactly,
Yeah.
that was my reasoning. I'm like, easy, it could just be on YouTube.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask my friends from Mexico if they know anything about that.
Yeah, ask your friend from Mexico to look out the window and report back.
If they tell them that TikTok's back up, they can start putting the videos. You know, we're waiting.
By the way, babes, you haven't said anything in Spanish yet.
Oh yeah, boludo.
That one I don't know.
Where's that balloon?
Arriba.
Two of them.
Burrito?
Arriba.
Boludo is
Yeah.
a word from mostly used in Argentina to mean like moron or stupid.
Oh, cool.
Argentinian Spanish, even.
Hmm.
Alice, is there any sort of South African people that are like, I won't even go into it. That would get Cassie in trouble.
Yeah, let's not do that today.
Let's not do the controversial South African subjects. Alice, okay, here's a different controversial South African subject. A lot of people think, and actually there's a lot of facts supporting it, that a lot of Nazis went to South America after Nazi Germany was, over, done, defunct. Is that sort of a thing? Is that kind of a legend in South American culture that you've heard, or is this kind of more of just a myth from the north?
It's not
Oh
a
no,
myth.
it's real.
It's not a myth. It's a
It
fact.
is real.
It's a conspiracy though that Hitler fled to Argentina. That
I
wasn't
know.
Mm.
There was, in fact, even
I once
read-
saw a book about people having theories about Hitler coming to my country.
I remember I read that like the FBI or something, maybe even CIA, but I think FBI was like maybe the 1960s was looking into this guy. I forget what South American country it was, but this guy was like, yeah, I was Hitler before, and he just kept claiming he was Hitler, and his name, it was just some weird German name. I don't remember it, but the FBI looked into him and they were like, we don't think this guy is Hitler.
Hey, someone just joined.
It's
Who joined
extra
the-
queso, but he has been having a lot of mic problems, so he might.
Alright, everybody, we're gonna take a hit.
Testing.
Hey,
Oh, he's
Casey.
here.
Can you
We're
hear me?
we're all gonna take a hit on the
Yeah.
count of 3. Alright, everybody?
Wait, don't do it yet. I have to get my pen. You have to wait if you're about to say this, Cass.
Alright,
Yeah.
I'll give everybody time to grab their smoker.
All right,
Okay.
people out there.
Oh, okay. I have it. I have, as Cass would say, my smoker.
Alright, everybody ready?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Alright, 3,
Wait, why is everyone smoking? What the fuck?
2, 1.
was something.
Oh man. Oh, Krusty, I was just thinking about it today. Did I ever let you feel the dent in my forehead?
I don't remember if you did or not.
Oh, dude, you gotta feel the dent in my forehead.
How did it come about?
Headphones?
No, it's right in the middle of my forehead.
Oh.
Oh.
How?
Sometimes I can
Is that,
see it.
Yeah,
is that
Alex,
because
you
you
know what
sleep
I'm
on your
talking
face?
about.
Is it because you sleep on your face?
I don't know. It just kind of showed up years ago, and it's gotten deeper and deeper ever since.
Hmm. I mean, I've got the headphone dent.
I don't have the headphone dent because I put on my headphones, and then I switch them to the back of my head. Uh,
Nah. I like my headphone dent.
I don't want to end up like that one streamer who's got like a dent that's like 3 inches deep into his fucking head.
Mine's about a half inch.
Wait, are we talking
Give or
about the part that wraps over top your head?
Yeah.
Damn, I didn't think about that.
Yeah, over time it can
Give you a
it
dent.
can change the shape of your skull
It
if
can
you
give you a
learn too much.
hobby dent!
Casket, I'm sorry to change the subject, but have you ever seen the original Batman TV series with Adam West?
A little bit, yeah.
We watched the
Because
first
whenever
episode one
you
day.
Yeah, me and Alice watched the
whenever
first
you
episode one day.
whenever you do your impression, it always feels like it's very much inspired by the sort of cartoonish Adam West version of Batman. It's certainly not the Heath Ledger Joker.
No, mine's the Mark
Oh,
Hamill
you're
Joker.
Mark
Yeah,
Hamill.
the Mark Hamill from the 90s, 2000 cartoon.
Oh, I haven't even seen that one.
Oh, it's
You
a
should
dead
watch
on.
it.
It's a
Definitely
dead
It's
have.
dead
on.
on. It's fucking dead on. I'll
You-
show you some clips after the movie or next time.
Yeah,
Well,
maybe that's why, because I remember everyone was saying Casket has the best, voices. Casket could be a voice actor, and I said, I don't know. I always thought your best voice was Whitey, which I still say is your
we're having
best.
another seizure.
I mean,
I
you
love
say
that.
you don't know Mark Hamill Joker, but I think you do. You just don't know that it was him.
I never watched that series though. I never watched like a Batman.
But he's
cartoon.
he's played the Joker multiple times throughout not just the animated series, but in the video games, in other shows and series. It's just too. He's usually seen as more of the synonymous with what he does.
I might. I don't know. I mean, I might, but at the same time, I'm not a huge even Batman fan to begin with. I like Dark Knight Rises or Dark Knight Begins or whatever it's called because I didn't see the sequel. I just saw the original one, and I thought it was so good. But in fact, I hate to say it, it's almost embarrassing because I love Jack Nicholson. I never even saw Jack Nicholson as the Joker. That's how pathetic I am.
He did a good job.
He wasn't like
I really did.
he was an okay Joker. I think the bar was low when that first movie came out because that was the first like respectable superhero movie.
He doesn't peg you as someone that you would say this is a good Joker. I bet they just used him because he was a big name. Like he doesn't give off Joker.
What do you mean? You haven't seen the movie?
I know, but I'm just saying, like,
Isn't the point of
I've seen a
acting?
lot of Jack Nicholson, and I love Jack Nicholson, but I would have never said, if I was like an executive, I would have never said, hey, this guy could be a great Joker, but I would have said, hey, it's effing Jack Nicholson. Of course we got to get him. He's the biggest, in my opinion, there's no bigger male movie star in the whole world that's currently alive than Jack Nicholson. Although he's too old now to do anything. But he's the guy.
Really, that's a hot take. I've ever heard one.
I can't believe that. Jack Nicholson's the best. But
wanna know something funny?
What?
When the movie that had like Heath Ledger, Joker, the newer ones came out, I didn't know that there was more Batman movies. So when my friends in school were talking about like, oh yeah, you should watch Batman, I ended up watching the original Batman, the Jack Nicholson one, and I was very confused of why I have watched a very different movie.
I love that the Jack Nicholson Batman is the original Batman. That's funny in and of itself. I was thinking the other
Wait,
day.
what?
kind
Is
of-
that what? Wait, who said
Oh,
that Jack Nicholson was the original Batman?
Isn't he the Joker?
Right. But it wasn't the original. He wasn't the original Joker. The first Joker that I could think of in my mind from the Adam West one, I think his name is Cesar Romero.
The only
nice.
thing I always remember is that he never wanted to change
Yeah,
his mustache for being the Joker, so they had to cover it with like face like paint. You could clearly see in every episode. You could clearly see his mustache.
You know who my favorite? In fact, it's kind of dumb because it's so recent and it's so like, oh, but I loved, like, I think it's the best. I just love it so much. Danny DeVito as the Penguin, I just think is like insane. That's like the best performance. His costume is like, you can't ever up that. I hope they
Yeah,
don't
I agree.
start. I hope they don't
And
start
Michelle
making.
Pfeiffer as Catwoman.
See, I didn't even care about that. I was just like effing the Penguin. I never even really understood the Catwoman. Every time I would watch Batman and I'd see the Catwoman, I was like, who is this? Is this a bad guy or is this a good guy? I don't know the backstory. I don't understand this character. And everyone would tell me, oh, she's kind of a bad guy, but she's kind of a good guy. And I was like, I don't give a crap. I want to go watch freaking Danny DeVito in this very strange role. But I hope they
wanna
don't.
know something really funny?
But
Some years ago, they gave Danny DeVito the option to make his own like Batman comic book, and the whole plot of the comic book was that the Penguin, which was very much the version of that played by Danny DeVito, meets Catwoman, and they fall in love, and then they find the cure for freaking how was it?
Cancer.
For COVID-19.
What?
And that was his comic book that he wrote. He literally wrote essentially himself having a relationship with Catwoman.
You know what? It's so strange because who could ever say this, but somehow Danny DeVito's Danny DeVito. He has star power, but somehow Danny DeVito blew Jack Nicholson out of the water in terms of. I can't even say that. If Extra Queso heard that, he'd say, "What? I'm pooping my diaper," and he should. But
Well, actually, I was
he
about
did.
to counter. Yeah.
You were countering me because
What?
you'd
No,
say,
I
"Well, I never saw him." But I have seen clips, but I can't say that I've watched that movie. I've seen clips of him being Joker, and I'm just like, this is not a good Joker in my opinion. But gosh, Danny DeVito as the Penguin. I hope that they just retire that character, that it never comes up ever again, because it's just like Danny DeVito's
Why,
Penguin is the best
Farrell,
thing in the world.
I
I
just
know
think that's
I
just,
didn't.
I
I
mean,
didn't watch that movie,
it's
but
not.
I saw
When
that.
did you watch that movie last, Historian?
I haven't watched the movie in a long time, but I've watched the Danny DeVito clips, and I find not only his character, but the way that they made the Penguin into literally like he's not even human anymore. He's this very weird character who he's wearing a freaking dickie. He's just it's weird. His whole character is like
that's why
the best thing that's ever
why
come
I'm
out
not
of Batman.
I'm not a huge fan of. I mean, when I watched it as a kid, I enjoyed the portrayal because it was just shot well and it was just like had that dark, gritty vibe.
Like,
but
it was bigger than
but
life, right?
but I think in terms of looking back on it now with a different perspective, I think that version, like even though it was bold, it diverted too much from the comic book and the source material. I think it's easier to do that with the Joker because the Joker has a purposefully ambiguous past that is up for interpretation, and that's why we see different forms of the Joker. But the Penguin's past is more concrete, and so I don't know. For me personally, like it varied too much from the comic book. Like he's not actually morphing into like a penguin, and he's much more classy.
You know
and less
what?
flirty.
I've
I agree.
never read a single cell of the comic book, so I'm in a totally different category. I'm not, and you're probably right that wasn't. I don't think at all that was. I think that the director kind of made these choices, and I think that's really cool in that case. But
well, I agree. I did say that it was bold, to do that.
It was. I mean, it's not really bold. It's sort of like ignorant that I don't know the background. But
no, I'm not saying it's bold. Wait, I have to interrupt because you misinterpreted what I said. I wasn't saying bold in terms of your response. I was saying bold in terms of the director, right?
What?
There are some people who are leaving.
Yeah, they're mad because we're not talking about Night of the Living Dead. This is a much more interesting conversation that we're getting into. So, I don't know. I'm sorry to those people. I think this is a fun conversation.
I'm having a great time.
I guess you have to know. I know. This is fun.
Yeah. But no, like I agree. Like in other ways, I do really like Danny DeVito's portrayal of the Joker, and I was obsessed with it as a kid because you could feel like you were in the room with him, and you just you smell him.
I think I know the great person who would make a great Joker. Okay, we take the guy who played Borat, we put him in a purple suit, and we just let him do his thing.
Yeah, baby.
I disagree.
Yeah, I don't think he'd be a good actor.
He would make a good Joker, not even a little bit?
No. I think Sacha Baron Cohen is more of a... Okay, let me explain myself. The Joker is criminally insane, mentally ill, out of his mind. Sacha Baron Cohen is very intentional, on all of his portrayals. I think he just doesn't have that. He is a comedic genius, in my opinion, but I don't think he can play a character as unhinged as the Joker, unless he totally takes it a totally different way than anyone's ever done it before, and then maybe that's what Heath Ledger did, and that's arguably the best Joker of all time. So
I think he would take it in a direction no one has taken it before, and I think it might just come out genius.
That's fair enough.
That's actually the exact reason, though. I really thought that from the clips, and I didn't even watch the whole movie, but from the clips that I've seen of Jack Nicholson playing the Joker, I'm like, this is not a criminally insane guy. Even when you watch the old Batman series with the Caesar, whatever his name is, I think it's Caesar Romero, but I might be influenced just because I'm watching Night of the Living Dead, but by George Romero. But when you watch that, it's like, even though it's like this comic, super over-the-top style Batman, his Batman still seems like a criminally insane guy. And when I watch, maybe it's just because he has such star power that I'm like, okay, it's Jack Nicholson in this role, but I never felt like, God, this guy's crazy.
Well, I think we should watch the movie, and I think you're trying to judge the character based on the acting alone, and I think from that perspective, if you just looked at Jack Nicholson's acting, I would agree that it's not enough. But in terms of what he does in the movie, the building up, the context, how he's in the movie, he tries to do a mass casualty event, right? I think that points more to him being his crazy or mentally ill, right?
Right. His narrative role might have been great, but the acting in and of itself, I just don't understand the story. Again, I just don't understand why you feel that you can even talk about it when you've only seen a couple clips. Let's watch the film together and then let's have a discussion. This is the old Stephen King debate coming back up.
I think you're just kind of pulling shit out. Well, I mean, it's a very decent point, right? If someone came to hear someone's review of a movie and they came and they paid money and this person said, "Oh, I actually just watched clips. I didn't watch the whole movie, but here's what I think.
but it was.
Do you think any of the people in the crowd would want to hear what that person thinks from just a couple of
Dude,
clips?
if somebody pays me to watch a movie, I'll watch that movie. Nobody in my life's paid me to watch a movie, but
You
if
said
they
you're a
do,
big
I'll
Jack
watch.
Nicholson fan. Shouldn't you want
Oh
to watch
yeah,
Jack
I
Nicholson's
found
film, right?
the name
Like,
of the
shouldn't you
Joker.
want to?
I watched the Jack Nicholson clips. I don't know. I mean, I've seen a lot of Jack Nicholson films that
Has
are
the
not
internet
so
ruined our
good.
minds? Has the internet ruined our minds and social media ruined our minds so much that we can't even watch a full film? We just
Here's
sit
what
and-
I'll say: I'm not, even
I mean,
though we're having this Batman.
We're not doing that
discussion,
right
but
now.
Yeah, that's
Right,
true.
but-
But that's because we're
I'm
actually
not a
socially
huge
engaged.
Batman fan to begin with. I'm not a huge comic. In fact, I'll say something that nobody else, I assume, in this call can say. I have never seen a single movie from the MCU, the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Never seen one.
That's okay.
So I'm in a different sort of popular culture sphere than everyone else, I would assume.
That's okay. I
I'm
don't.
almost in the same boat. I've seen Iron Man. That's about it.
Yeah, but I don't know. I
That's
would argue
interesting.
that
I assume Jeff would
Jack,
have.
the Batman movie is more cinematic than many
I'm
of
sure.
the movies,
I mean,
right?
those
So,
were that's just a sad cash grab.
well, it turned
I
into
mean,
a sad grab.
I know Scorsese got into a lot of trouble by saying this isn't cinema that I
Hold on,
understood what he
everybody.
was saying.
We just got a super donation chat.
What?
It says, "Hey Casket, I need everyone's review at the end, plus 0 to 5 star, 0 to 10 on the weed scale. A bad movie can be good, weed movie."
Ooh.
to be
You know
honest,
what?
I have not been watching.
I know when Casket said we were going to watch this movie, I was like, man, not only do I not care about that movie, but it'd be hard. Sometimes this hasn't happened in a long time, and I think Extra Queso may have never been privy to one of these calls, but sometimes it'll be like, hey, let's go watch this show. And I always hated it because I was like, we should just be talking to each other. I can watch shows on my own, but we would really watch. I remember one time we watched what is that? It's a Disney show.
Can I interject?
Yeah, sorry, I can't think of what it is. Anyways,
It's well, I watched a film. I watched Arnold Schwarzenegger film. Me, Cass, and Jeff, and we had a great time because we just had it on, and then we just had it on, and we were just like, even well, to be fair, we had seen it before, all of us, so we were just kind of making fun and cracking jokes. But I'm saying, like, I feel like we can do. I mean, obviously we can't live stream it, but we can do certain things where we can watch a movie and then talk about it. I don't know.
That would be the perfect example if we can watch a movie that we've already seen before. Because I've actually never seen this movie, and personally, I'm more interested. I don't get to talk to Casket in the verse very often, so it's a treat when I do. And then when you're in an environment like that, you just have to like stop and watch a movie that you may not care about. It's like, ugh. I think it's funny that we are kind of totally flouting the movie and not giving it any credit, and people saying we're gonna leave, blah blah blah. It's like, this is almost a Casket verse live stream, but when does this ever happen during the week? We should be. I think people should be a little more like, hey, go with the flow a little more, in my opinion, peeps.
Yeah, we're just
Demonic
hanging out,
Pretty.
having a good time.
Right. We're having fun. And we had a great discussion there about Batman.
Yeah.
And the Penguin.
And I found the Joker from the 60s. It was actually named Cesar Romero.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was.
And
that's
he did a good job.
It's a weird connection.
He
did.
I think so. Other people have played the Penguin since.
Colin Farrell.
I know, but did you just say Will Ferrell played the Penguin?
Colin Farrell.
Oh, Colin Farrell. Okay, that makes more sense.
And from what I've heard, he did a better job than Danny DeVito. So.
Oh, maybe he did a more dramatic job, but come on. Who could ever top Danny DeVito? Now, Jeff hasn't said a lot, but when I said...
Dude, that's a classic.
I would love to see Danny DeVito do the Joker.
But Jeff hasn't said a lot. But when I said Danny DeVito was the best Joker, and I really respect his opinions on films from what I've heard of his opinions on films, he said, "Oh yeah, Danny DeVito is as the Penguin. You can't top him."
To be
No,
fair,
I-
there
I
has it's not
I
there
didn't see
hasn't
that
been
'cause
as many.
I haven't seen the Colin Farrell Penguin yet.
Oh yeah, I haven't either. But
I'm just saying
you've
he was
seen
good as
Danny
Penguin.
DeVito.
Yeah.
Well,
he's
Was
great.
he not?
he's the standard for now. Been the standard.
Danny DeVito, even though Colin Farrell's done that, been there, done that, as we might say, Danny DeVito's still the standard. I think
But
that says something about
I
the
think
great.
no. I really think you're missing context. Like since Cesar Romero, there's been multiple Jokers, right? That have culminated throughout decades. Since Danny DeVito, and even before. I mean, before there was the Penguin in the 60s.
I know it
Batman,
was God.
right?
What's his name? Burgess Meredith.
Yeah, and so that was like a very comic book
His
oriented
character, I
adaptation.
would agree. His
And so-
Burgess Meredith Penguin was not scary at all. It was interesting, but it wasn't scary. But Danny DeVito, really scary.
So it depends on what you want to see in the Penguin, right? So anyway, my point was, right, since Danny DeVito, how many live action Penguins have we had?
Not many.
We should have no
Compared-
more.
Compared to the
In the end
Joker,
of time.
no, of course we should have more. Of course we should have more. That's just like we should have more Mr. Freezes. We should have more Mr. Freeze. We should have more Poison Ivy. The DC has been neglected for far too long because corporate interests have run amok. But if done in the right hands, I think the DC has a rich library of characters that can captivate audiences, right? We just need to see more creative vision.
It only shows my limitations. I actually don't even know those characters because I'm so out of the we might call it the comic verse. I'm so out of it.
It's not your fault. I mean, I think if there were more, like I said, if there was more investment into that, you would have at least known the names because, it would be like the MCU, but instead we have like trash DC movies that, the Snyderverse, etc. So
The Snyderverse.
anyway, what do you think
spit
about
on
the
the name.
casket? What do you think about the
I
DC
spit on the
DC live action? My understanding is that Marvel has better live, and then live things, and then DC has better animated. Is the general consensus? What do you think of that casket?
I would typically agree.
Okay, if anyone is able to, other than Casket, even though I doubt he remembers, I only have one figure of a Batman villain, than the Joker, and I have a Lego Joker, but so they don't count it. I have one Batman villain that I just like the figure and I bought it.
Oh,
Maybe
it's
180.
Mr. Poo Poo Man.
Mr. Poo Poo Man.
Here's my vote. Jazz hands.
Yes.
Casket knows what I'm talking about.
I do.
Can you explain Jazz hands?
Oh, he's one of my own Batman villains I created.
There is a beautiful video very early on. I mean, this is very early in the Casket verse. He has a video called something like 10 Batman villains I created myself. Something. I really don't remember the title. But
I think it was titled Making My Own Batman Villains.
oh yeah. Maybe you're also influenced by Making My Own Christmas though, which is
Ah.
your personal
That's true.
favorite video.
So wait, what happened to Krusty?
Did he
I hear
leave?
his
Oh yeah, he
girlfriend
did.
say something and then he left.
Oh, because I remember when I first joined, I saw his name in the thing, and then now I'm like, oh wait,
He was here.
okay.
Certainly.
Yeah, he was here.
He had to go on to presidential talks in the Oval
Oh
Office.
Lord.
Is that important?
He's like, he asked me that one-on-one. He's like, what do you want? What do you think I should talk to Congress about? I'm like, I don't think it really matters. They're not gonna fucking listen. No offense.
Did
We
he
could
say
talk about-
that?
I mean, that's the gist I said. It was like, I'm really happy for you and I'm proud of you, but
Why
Congress.
does he have an audience with Congress that I don't know about?
Oh, oops. Sorry, Krusty, if I leaked info.
Uh-oh.
My bad. I wasn't
Uh-oh.
thinking. I
You leaked
apologize.
the cat. Krusty's a new congressman apparently, or at least he
No, he's not.
has.
He's not running for office or anything
Right.
political.
Right.
Wait, Trump is coming to his state on Friday.
Oh Lord.
Oh, he will probably be there. I mean,
It's
Krusty would not
President Trump to you, you scum. It's President Donald
Yeah,
J. Trump.
it's
Say
number
it right.
45 / number 47.
No,
President
number
Donald Trump.
45
But-
through 47.
Oh, wow. That's very controversial, but
Comes
Krusty would not hold back to say that he is a big Trump fan. He loves Trump, so he'll be happy to hear that. In fact,
No.
one of my friends, when I used to work at, I won't even really say
Wait,
where I worked, but one of my first jobs, this guy came up to me. I was in high school, and he said, "Hey, do you want to go to this Trump rally?" And I was like, "No, I'm a liberal." I didn't even say that, but I was just like, "No, like I'm whatever. I'm a leftist." And he was like, "Oh, blah blah blah." But we became great friends, and I'm still friends with him today. And I think that's the. I mean, it's controversial, but I think that's what America needs on the individual basis. Sometimes you just got to be friends with these people you disagree with, because certainly as Casket knows,
Oh Lord.
as maybe Extra Queso knows, I'm certainly a leftist, but I would never hold it against Krusty. I'm glad he doesn't hold it against me. I think this is what's great about the world.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, come on. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything controversial. I said, be friends, boys. Come on, boys.
Yes, let's be friends as they round us up in concentration camps.
Yeah, see, Queso doesn't like this idea.
I know.
I
And
think
that's why I said,
think
in fact,
there's
right.
it's not about I'm not saying that we shouldn't be friends with people. I understand, but like there has to be a line drawn, right?
I know
At a
what you
certain
mean.
point.
I know. And sometimes it's tough, but it's like, what am I going to do? Like, if I lose you as a friend, is that going to influence anything in the world? No, just my personal friendships. So.
Look, this isn't
That's how I feel
2012.
about
It's
the
like Krusty. If Krusty was supporting Mitt Romney, or John McCain. It's a lot different than what we are going through right now, right?
Yeah, I
That'd be
know. In
worse.
fact, I hate to. It could be, and I think either of those two people would have banned abortion actually if they could have. But I was talking to Casket, and it's weird that it's gone to this place. But I think that this is probably the biggest thing in the news lately. And I was really disturbed, and I called Casket on a weeknight, which I don't usually do, and now I'm calling Casket on another weeknight. But as soon as I called him and I was going to talk about it, he said, "Did you see that Elon Musk did a Nazi salute?" And I was like, "Yeah." And that's basically what we just talked about. And American politics are certainly in a weird place that I understand what Extra Queso is saying. If the most powerful people on planet Earth are doing a Nazi salute, how can you stay friends with them? But at the same time, if I stop being friends with my friends, Elon Musk is still doing the same thing. You know what I mean?
Let me add some nuance to what I was saying. For example, there was one woman who Trump pardoned of the January 6 rioters who rejected his pardon, right? And who said, "I don't want to be pardoned. I'm going to stay in prison." That's someone I would be willing to be friends with, because she said,
"What was her
I made a
reason?
mistake." What was her reasoning? She said, "It was a terrible day for the country. I made a mistake. I broke the law.
Really?
I should not be pardoned."
That's
Yes, and
interesting.
she was being reported, but she was I think the only person who rejected the pardon. Right? That's someone who I would be like, "Hey, let's get a beer. Right? Let's talk.
That's
Let's
a
be
very
friends."
interesting. Yeah, that's very interesting.
And she could still be a Republican. She could still be a conservative, and I would still be like, "Hey, let's be friends." That shows you're willing to change. You're willing to grow. You're willing to own up to your mistakes. Right? I want to be friends with you.
Yeah, That's
Just to
interesting. I
counter
didn't even hear
so it
that.
doesn't.
I've
Yeah.
actually kind of been, what is it, an ostrich or whatever, with my head in the sand because I've just been like, every news story I'm hearing, I know it's just going to be atrocious, and I don't even want to hear it. I don't even want to hear about these pardons.
Oh, so let's pivot then. Let's pivot the subject
And
to
pivot on to Casket talking about what's happened in the movie so far. People are angry.
Okay.
We're not talking about the movie.
There's a mom and dad. They're barricaded themselves in the basement. They have a little girl who's been bitten.
What kind of zombies are these? Are these the classic zombies that walk extremely slowly?
Oh yeah. This is
Yeah,
what
but I
started
mean,
that.
Whoa!
you're
Wait,
kind of telling
think
us
about
the
that.
scene. Okay.
Wait, sorry to interrupt. Sorry. Wait, what year was this movie released again?
68?
68.
Bro, you know how shook a '60s crowd would have been in a theater if they had seen like World War Z zombies in black and white on their screen, just like running 100 miles an hour. Like, first of all, the film probably couldn't keep up, right? But at a certain point, it'd just be like that'd be too much for them.
I have to say, I think was actually a cliche by the time this movie came out. Not for zombies, but I know for a fact, certainly a long time before this movie came out, there was a specific version of Frankenstein that I can't remember. I think it was Boris Karloff, but I can't remember the title. It was one of these weird Frankenstein movies where Frankenstein became blind. He couldn't see in the movie. So this is where we get this classic idea of Frankenstein holding out his hand and walking in this weird way, which is not in the book or in the original movie or anything at all. But I think if you're talking about like these very slow moving, almost blind zombies, I would bet dollars to donuts it ultimately came from this weird presentation of Frankenstein in a B movie as this blind character, which everybody, when they think of Frankenstein, I think he's holding his hands out straight, right? It came from this weird movie.
Yep.
And I would assume it's the same thing. I can't remember what that movie was, though. I haven't seen it, but I'm sure it's a piece of crap.
Those people aren't our enemies.
I feel like a lot of older horror movies aren't scary because the audio production is so simple back in the day. Now, audio, like sound design and stuff, really scares the shit out of you.
But don't you feel like that's only for... Right, it's only for this jump scares, though. And don't you hate that?
No,
Say,
so
like,
not-
it's also the atmosphere. Like they do a lot of stuff under the hood, even in just like simple scenes of people walking through hallways and stuff.
Yeah.
Like it just feels like in this movie, like you're not hearing. There's just so much missing in the audio mix.
What did you think of? And this is that when you talk about that, it makes me think of one movie that was just like peppered with jump scares, and I hated it. But did you ever? And I loved it in a different way. But did you ever see? So apropos, Stephen King's It, but like the newer one, the like 2017 or whenever it was, It, which was
Yeah.
I would say the sound design, if that's what they call it, of any movie was like they were so concerned with sound in there, and they had endless jump scares. But at the same time, they did have these great sort of, I don't know what you would call it. There's very taut scenes where we're so scared. But I just hate these jump scares. I think this is almost killing. It's so easy. It's so simple. It's just bring you to this point and then make a big loud noise and you're going to be scared. And yeah, you're going to be scared, but it's like, I want to see something that's really scary. Yeah, if you surprise me, I'm going to be scared. Everyone knows that, but show me something more complex or harder to get me scared. But that's, that's my opinion.
Wait, I'm so sorry. I got lost in the sauce.
Well, I'm just saying I don't like jump scares. I think it's a very easy sort of almost amusement park ride. And when I watch a movie like It, I think there's goodness here, but there's also, and I'm really talking about the movie, but I'm just saying that there's also so many jump scares over and over and over and over, and it's like I hate jump scares. It does scare me, but it's like a scariness that's not what I'm interested in. I want you to get the scariness out of me. And I would almost say one of Casket's favorite horror movies, which is the Blair Witch Project. I think that it's before that whole jump craze phase. But it's a scary movie in my opinion. That scared me the first time I watched it, especially that last minute where you're like, yeah,
Well, yeah, it was
they're in the
revolutionary
basement.
film. Yeah, it was.
It was, but it was scary at the same time, and it didn't rely on jump scares. And if it were released during the jump scare craze, I feel like it would have just endless jump scares, and then you'd think nothing of it. Because jump scares to me are just, I mean, it's me, but I do not prefer them.
I mean, everyone has an opinion. I personally really enjoy it.
Do you, Extra Case, because you seem to give some feedback, do you like jump scares?
Again, I'm all about context and nuance, so I think it depends, right? It depends on the film. I think jump scares can be utilized really well, and I think they can even be utilized in a way that makes you prepare for a jump scare, just to realize, wait, nothing happened, right? But then you're on edge in that way. But you're right. There's a lot of films and movies that they just rely on it, and it's just poorly done, and it's cheap, and you can feel that it was cheap right afterwards. But then you can also feel when one's like legitimate as well. So I think it depends.
Jaws had jump scares.
But the Blair Witch Project, with it? Oh, Jaws.
Like the first scene when she's swimming, and you hear that like symphony swirl when like the shark grabs her leg for the first time.
I haven't actually seen it, but. And this is another thing where I say I have gaps in my filmography. I should have seen Jaws. Everyone says, you need to watch this, but...
Jeff,
I always looked at that and said, 1976 or whenever it's from, I'm not going to be scared of that. Like, blah, blah, blah.
What about the original? Have you seen the original Alien?
I've not. I haven't seen a lot of horror movies, but even before that... Even before Jaws, earlier when you weren't on the stream, but I had said one of the scariest movies I've ever seen is the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, which I would still vote as the best horror movie I've ever seen in my life.
Interesting. That's an interesting take. I wanted to ask Jeff, or I wanted to point out something to Jeff before I lose my train of thought. Your example of Jaws was a good example to what you said earlier as well regarding sound design and sound in general evolving in horror film, right? And just like no John Williams equates to like no Jaws, really.
Yeah, the iconic. What are they doing with the cello where it's like dun dun dun?
Yeah, the half step interval back and forth, and then it goes down, dun 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 dun, and then on that bass note, they really slam it, right? So it's like you're slamming a door, like, or someone's stepping loudly, or the fins of the shark is getting faster, right, or whatnot.
Yeah, if you got rid of the score from that movie, it would be like 40% less scary.
Well, yeah. Well, it reminds me of a story that Steven Spielberg said when after like he had filmed Schindler's List. And he invited John Williams over and said, because they have to, composers watch the film, right, without the music to get a sense. And so he watched that film and he was crying. And he was like, I don't know how I'm going to do this. And then he makes, a beautiful melody. It's crazy.
Sometimes they won't even give you a synopsis of the story. I remember Christopher Nolan for Interstellar, he gave Hans Zimmer a letter that was like a couple paragraphs, almost kind of like a poem, and it wasn't even related to the movie. And he said, just read this poem and write a theme based off of it. And then that became the theme for Interstellar, even though Hans Zimmer hadn't seen like a scene from the film yet. But
that's hilarious.
That's
because
sort of
he's
like an odd case, though. It's not usually done that way.
Yeah, but if you're interested in that, did you hear that through the roundtable they had of the different film composers? That sounded like
Was it recent?
Several years ago.
Yeah.
Anyway, long story short, they just out that fact that like, oh, this is what happened. This guy will give me 6 months, a year in advance. I write the music, and then Hunter is sitting there just like jealous as fuck because he's always given like.
Professor, you feel that there is a definite connection between
Yeah, that makes sense.
Dr. Keller and myself. Doctor, please.
Last minute notice. Yeah.
Is not proved yet.
Is the
satellite
how?
Unusual amount of radiation enough to cause mutation under certain circumstances.
I did not hear that. It cut out for me at least, but I think this might be a little bit controversial because you just mentioned Schindler's List. In the past, Jeff has mentioned Schindler's List to me before, and I've said, and I've seen Schindler's List multiple times, I don't think Schindler's List is a great movie, in my opinion. And I thought the person who really nailed it, I thought it was so perfect. And I love what he said was Kubrick. Stanley Kubrick watched Schindler's List, and he said Schindler's List was a success story. The Holocaust is a story of failure. And to me, I watched Schindler's List, and I'd say, okay, first off, I just have I don't like it, so it's watchable. It's extremely watchable, but that's what I think Hollywood makes. But overall, I so agree with Kubrick here, and I just say if you're gonna make, I mean, I've also seen a documentary. I don't know if anyone else in the call has seen it, but Shoah, which is just an incredible documentary on the Holocaust. Like you couldn't even believe it. It's just it. I think it captures it. But when I see Schindler's List, I say this is like the Hollywood version. Of course, Spielberg would pick this story. Of course, he'd tell it this way because this is a Hollywood story that you leave it and you think you see kind of. I mean, it's not. I know that you would get this. I know that you would not be happy about this, but I defer to Kubrick here. I think he was so right when he said this is a success story, and if you really want to tell the story of the Holocaust, it's not going to have any sort of a happy ending.
It's not a story. It's not a story about. It's not a story of the Holocaust. A story that takes place during the Holocaust.
I think most people agree this is a story about the Holocaust.
No, I think not in the way that you're talking about it. You referred to Shoah, the documentary regarding the general Holocaust. This is about a specific sub-story within the Holocaust. There's a lot of.
That's why I said, of course, this story, because it has a Hollywood ending. It has somebody who really wants to do good.
It's not a
this happy ending. I would call this a Hollywood. I mean, especially for the Holocaust. How can you have a Holocaust story that has people surviving? The Holocaust is about people surviving.
What?
Wasn't it based on?
Wait, no, it's no. Yes, it is. See, but look. See, but I just don't get why.
It's cherry picking a very happy story of there's this
it's
German
not a
guy
happy story. This is not a happy story. Why? I don't know. It is not happy. That's not happy. That's not happy. None of those people in that movie were ever happy.
Well, as I said, I'm deferring to Kubrick, and I agree with him. If you're going to write a story about the Holocaust, it can't be a happy story. It can't be. It can't have a positive ending of people surviving. Because look at the climate today.
Historian. I assure you that I have done a lot more research and reading into the Holocaust. And
making an assumption makes an ass out of you and me.
Sure. Tell me what background knowledge you have in this topic, or what background.
I don't know. I'm not going into that, but I'm just saying. I don't make assumptions about you, and you just made an assumption.
Well, let me correct myself and let me ask you, what is your background knowledge for this subject?
Extra queso, and I don't think we should get into any. I don't think we should turn this negative.
I'm not turning it negative. I'm asking you a simple question, and you're
We
avoiding it.
had talked a lot of biblical history, and it was particularly Old Testament. And you told me, yeah, from everything I've heard from the historian, he really knows his stuff. So I would just say that about that.
Excuse me. What a ridiculous take that when we were talking about the Old Testament and the Bible, that has anything to do with Holocaust history. Can you please answer my original question without deflecting?
I don't know. I mean, I've read several books on the Holocaust about people who were in concentration camps. I know about World War II history. In fact, I know medieval European history, which directly corresponds to what happened there. I think it was an amplification of the anti-Semitic feelings of the Middle Ages, which I've taken. I don't want to talk about my history, frankly, here, but I know a little bit about medieval history, and one thing any medieval scholar will tell you is one aspect of medieval Europe that is, you can't take it away, is anti-Semitism. I think it was an amplification of medieval anti-Semitism.
I agree with you. I agree with you. Yeah, that's true, and that's true.
And I don't think you need to know that in order to watch Schindler's List.
Historian, can you please let me talk? I think you're a little.
You asked me a question though, and then the entire time I was answering the question, you said, "Historian, let me talk."
Oh, Jesus Christ! Listen, I was asking you the question to get to a greater point, right? Yes, you do have some knowledge about the Holocaust, and I'm happy to hear that, because there are obviously people who deny that it ever happened, right? And so it's great that you have some knowledge about it. But my assumption was correct. Relative to me, your understanding of the Holocaust is very basic, right? I'm someone who studied it for...
the entire history of the Holocaust. How can you explain that?
I'm not saying that I know the entire history of the Holocaust, but I've spent like 12 years of my life
learning. I wasn't saying that about you. I was saying that you don't know my entire knowledge of the Holocaust. How could anyone explain that? For instance, let me ask you the same question. If you had, tell me your background, and then you'll understand it's a little tough to say that.
No, it's not tough.
If you ask me...
Excuse me, can you let me talk? Can you please let me talk? You've talked like this whole time, Casket, or someone, can you... Just please let me finish.
I'm not saying anything. Talk.
Okay.
Finish.
Okay, so I don't want to delve too much into my history on live stream either, but I will say that the school that I went to taught the Holocaust every year, right? And so we learned about it every year since we were very young, right? And that also culminated in visiting Auschwitz and Poland and visiting concentration camps in person, right? So what I'm saying is, relative to what your knowledge about it, my assumption, which you got offended by, and which is why I asked the original question, my assumption that I have more background information and credibility, so was correct, right? And so I just want to say that there's your opinion about like the Holocaust having happy endings is just, I don't know. I think I've listened to numerous Holocaust survivors in person, and they found joy and humor even when they were suffering, and even when they were telling the stories of their suffering. So, I don't know. Which I know. Do you hear what I'm saying?
Can I respond?
Sure. Of course.
My original message was that I didn't like the film Schindler's List, and that's all I'll say. That's all I was trying to say, and I think it went in a different direction. And I didn't like Schindler's List was, I gave my opinion, it was subjective. It's subjective. I didn't like that movie. That's all I was saying.
That was what you were saying, but then it started diverting to the topic of the movie. And then you started sharing some opinions.
Right.
I know, and again, that's another separate topic. I don't know why you keep going back to Stanley Kubrick, who is known. Excuse me, Stanley Kubrick, who is known to be a terrible human being and an abusive human being. And I know that he is a visionary filmmaker, but he was a trash human being. So it's very weird to me that you keep referring to him as some type of credible.
I didn't
No,
know
well,
that. I don't know anything outside of his filmography. I don't know anything about his personal life. If he is, he is. I didn't mean anything about that. I heard an opinion by him, and I swear to God, I don't know anything about Stanley Kubrick out of his movies. I've never read a word of him in his personal life. I didn't know anything about that. But I do. I personally, I've watched that film multiple times. I didn't like it for the exact same reasons. Once I heard Stanley Kubrick, I said,
Well,
"Yeah,
we
that's
keep
kind of
we
my
keep talking about
theology."
Stanley Kubrick. Since we're mentioning him, can I read like the actual quote of what he said so people have the context?
Okay,
So
and
Kubrick
I might
said,
not have even ever read the actual quote. You're right.
so this is what he says. Kubrick says, "Think that's about the Holocaust? That was about success. The Holocaust is about 6 million people who get killed. Schindler's List is about 600 who don't." So they go on to say Kubrick believed that the focus of the story on Oskar Schindler, a man who saved lives during the Holocaust, shifted attention away from the incomprehensible scale of the tragedy. To him, the film's narrative of rescue and redemption stood in contrast to the systemic industrial scale genocide that defined the Holocaust.
That's
So
exactly.
that was his view on it.
It's
That's
such
what
a,
I feel.
it's
Jeff,
such a,
obviously,
it's
Extra Queso does
flawed.
not agree. Jeff hasn't said a lot. Do you have any opinions on this at all? I mean, it's you
It's
brought up that
been
quote, so obviously you looked at it. But do you have a do you agree with me, or do you agree with Extra Queso, or do you have your own opinion on this matter?
it's been a long time since I've seen the movie, so the memory's kind of a little bit vague. But I know that Steven Spielberg, he has a certain film narrative that he has to employ to make a
He's the
popular
inventor of
film.
the
And
blockbuster, right?
I have a feeling, in order to tell a story about the Holocaust, he had to do it in this way because this is the only way he knows how to make a commercially successful movie. Which isn't good or bad.
I don't understand what we're talking about. Are we talking about the same film here? Do you understand how, like you said, historian, that the Schindler's List is a watchable film? And I'm like, there are people who go out of their way not to watch it because there are scenes that are so raw and so realistic and so terrible, right? And so actually true. And so I just don't. I when you hear you and Jeff talking about it, it seems like you're talking about like just a teen to Disney movie, right? I don't get it.
I think it's narratologically watchable, in my opinion. I think he made a narratologically watchable film as he would do. I think, I won't put Jeff's words in Jeff's mouth, but I think he was saying that sometimes. And as I said, I've watched Shoah. Shoah is an extremely long documentary that if you're actually concerned, if you have a real interest in terms of, I don't know. I can't imagine what I would say that you wouldn't disagree with Extra Queso, and I don't disagree with what you're saying because I think you're really concerned about we don't want to make a tragedy or a travesty. I mean, rather travesty of this and whatever. But I understand why you would be touchy about this. But I was just trying to give my personal opinion. I think that film, you can watch it from beginning to end, and the narrative really works well. Narratologically, it works well. As Jeff, I think, was trying to say, it's the Steven Spielberg film, and Steven Spielberg's going to make a watchable movie. Rather, that's what I meant by watchable. I meant narratologically watchable. He knows how to make a film that you're going to watch. That's what I meant. It's the Holocaust. What Holocaust film couldn't be narratologically watchable? I mean, what Holocaust film wouldn't be, horrific because it's the Holocaust? What film about any genocide whatsoever?
Well, not according to Stanley Kubrick.
Well, I think Stanley Kubrick makes an interesting point there about Hollywood. Frankly, I think it actually has more to do with Hollywood than anything else. And actually, I was thinking about this word earlier, but exploitation, and you could almost say this, that almost, I know Steven Spielberg's coming from the right place, but it's so touchy when you're dealing with something that has endless human trauma coming from it, that you make a movie out of it that you're going to profit off of, that it's in this very weird place. And I
That's
think
one way.
he
That's
made a
one way to
movie
look at
that
it.
he
That's
knew.
one way to look at
I
it.
think, and it's my subjective view. I know it's one way, but it's my subjective view. I think he knew that this story of Oscar Schindler is more sellable than an actual view or a more horrific view of what the Holocaust was, which was it's a genocide, and it's not even just a genocide; it's a Nazi genocide, and it represents culture coming and government coming to a certain point in Europe, which everybody today is like, oh, we need to be in this sort of, oh, everything, Europe's the best thing ever, and culture's the best thing ever, and our governments are the best thing ever. And it's like, well, in 1938, we saw what this kind of government and culture comes to, and we're now. In fact, I don't even know if you were on the call. Maybe you were, Extra Queso, but I
Okay,
said that
you're losing me. You're
me,
losing me. You're losing me.
me,
You're
and
losing me.
Casket were.
You're losing me. You're losing me.
Well, I don't know. I was going to say other things, but I don't know. I didn't. I
Well,
don't want. I don't
don't
say it maliciously. I didn't
look.
say anything that's
I don't
malicious.
say it maliciously either. But I know, and I hate to call you out, Casket. But I know that when I talked to Casket one-on-one, he mentioned how we were concerned about tangents, right? Not just from you, historian, but from others, right? Maybe some who are listening. And so I can't. I'm not going to just sit here and listen to you suck the air for 5 minutes and not like let anyone else come in. Like I get you what to say, and I hear it, and you do. I take what you say very seriously and I listen, but we should have more of a flow instead of like a lecture form, right?
Guys, there was a super chat by Jiggle Jazz. It says this guy won't answer the question.
What is the question? Who is the guy?
Yeah,
the
don't
guy
know that,
being the
but-
historian, and I can't remember the question because I didn't want to interrupt.
No, I'm sorry about that, but actually, Queso brings up something I go on
sorry
tangents.
about that.
It's part of my personality. I could get into that more. I won't. I'm not interested. But I will just say this: it's part of me. You take it or you leave it, and you know what? People might not like it, and honestly, I might heed that, and I'm not saying that as like, oh, I want to hurt. I'm not saying that maliciously at all, to use this maliciously word that I brought up, but if people don't really like me in the Cascaverse, and I'm not talking about actually the people in here, but if people in the comments really don't like me, I understand, and I've talked to Casket a billion times privately, and this is even a work night. I mean, I have to get up very early in the morning, but it's just part of me, and I understand. And probably actually for a long time I've thought, you know what, and I brought this up in the last stream, and here I am sucking air, but I brought this up at the last stream with Jeff, and I said, I have other things to do at this time that I should do. And when I hear people in the live stream itself say, like, you're taking up too much time, that tells me...
Historian, you actually have a question.
What's wrong?
Okay, but I was just going to say, that tells me it is me, and I should deal with that myself, and I might not, frankly, anymore. I should do other things on the weekends. In fact, I talked to Casket this weekend about something I really did this weekend that was great in my personal life that I worked hard for. But what is this question, Casket?
They want to know why you're called the historian.
I'm going to defer to Casket. I didn't create this nickname.
Well, he's called the historian because he's chronicled my life. He's chronicled my ancestors. And it's quite impressive what he's done, and he's putting it all into a book, and I find it all very impressive.
Yeah, I don't talk about that on stream a lot at all, but that is true. I am Casket's historiographer, his historian, and I was called the historian, in fact, before I started talking about that book. I've told Casket so much about himself. In fact, I've told Casket what his real name is. It's just weird. I've told Casket so many things about himself because I researched them and I found them out. I told Casket that he has these connections to the Lewis and Clark
Yeah,
expedition
I
most
actually mentioned that to
recently.
my mom. She found that very interesting.
And I should send you the exact links because I'm sure your family would be interested. Hatfields and McCoys, actually, Casket's family is really closely associated with. In fact, very weirdly, it doesn't happen much. This is almost like a cliche from American history for the wrong reasons, but Casket had an ancestor who was killed by Native Americans and they scalped him. And it
Yeah.
was one of the first ancestors Casket ever had in America. In fact, the first ancestor Casket ever had in America was an indentured servant. It was, and I don't know. I actually have to look in it more. I don't know if that was the guy who was killed or his son was.
I
They were
believe
both
it was
named
his
George
son,
Music.
if I remember it right.
That's what the sources seem to say, but I almost raised my eyebrows at it. But they were both called George Music, and I think that caused some problems. I told Casket why he got his last name. There was an orphan, and this is why the Casket history can only go back so far, because there was an orphan who had some musical abilities, and they gave him the name Music. It happened in the 1600s, if I remember correctly, and that's why Casket has this very old version of the word music, Musick, with the K on the end. So, or if I spelled that even right, I probably didn't.
No, you spelled it right.
But yeah, I mean, Casket has this very old word name or an old spelling of the name because his ancestors got that name in the 1600s when that was the prevalent spelling. I won't go so much more into it, but Casket certainly. The one thing I found when I was looking at Casket's ancestry, I know enough about my own ancestry. It's almost pathetic. I know more about Casket's, but my ancestry is not interesting at all. Caskets is like you have so much American history connected to you. Just there's so much personal history that's so weird. I mean, I told Casket that his grandfather had killed a woman. He didn't know about that at
He was
all.
also the getaway driver for Bonnie and Clyde at one point.
That seems to be a myth. I think he might have kind of just said that, but I mean, Casket's history is very interesting for sure. His genealogy is interesting, and his personal life history is interesting. I really hope I can publish that. I don't know. As I've said, like I've not only do I have a full-time job, but then I have other projects related to my job that I got to do. I want to get that done. I don't know. I don't know. I really hope it'll get done. Into which my greatest aspiration in all of human life is that I publish it while Casket's alive, and I get to give Casket a presentation copy of the book with freaking marbled end papers, leather binding. I want to give him the writs and to say, like, Casket, this came about because of you and because of my love for not only you, but for everything you represent, which is so much of America, in my opinion. But that's the story of Old Histy, who is not a fan favorite for sure.
Jingle Jess says they really want that book.
I do too. I want it more than any person on planet Earth. I think even more than Casket. Because actually, when I find out these facts, I typically tell Casket right away because I just want him to know it. But I want that book. I think, in fact, I've talked about this in private live streams. I don't know if I've talked about it on a public live stream, but the book is meant to be. It's dumb, but it's meant to be a bit of in the same stream as this French sort of stream in history called Histoire Totale, in which the idea is that we record everything. Nothing is not worth recording. And when I talk to Casket, when I get the most minuscule piece of information from him, whether it's on a public call or a private call. I write it down, and I really hope that someday I can publish this. I think the uphill battle is that I'm going to have to find a publisher. And I'll publish it privately if I can. I've actually told my friend this, and I said I'll publish it privately and then distribute it to like 20 Goodwills, and it'll be somewhere at least. It'll be out in the world in this weird way that people will find it and say, "What the heck is this book?" And if you've ever been to a Goodwill and found a self-published book, it's a cookbook. Like, it's not a cool book at all. But that's certainly what I hope. And
Should I put a
it's
recipe
out of
in
love
there
for
somewhere?
Casket. What recipe would you include?
I don't know. I've always wanted to make my own chili.
You would have to make it first, and then you could include the recipe. Right?
Yeah, that's true, but I don't know. I've always wanted
What
to enter
about
I've always wanted to enter like a chili cook-off.
what about, is there any recipe that you love from like your childhood that maybe your mom made or something that you said like, oh, I really like this dish, that maybe you'd include?
Man, people used to freak out at this scene in the movie.
I love the king.
Joker, get your hand out of your pants.
You know, there is this one recipe of chicken we do. What we do is we take chicken, we'll batter it, and before we deep fry it, we'll roll it in cornflakes, and it gets all crispy.
So it's fried chicken with cornflakes.
Yeah.
That sounds very southern.
It is. It's very southern.
Right. Well, I've said too much, and I will let others speak.
I'm glad I was given permission to speak. Thank you.
You know,
Bro, you
right.
can speak at any time. No one's
chili
stopping you.
cook-off. I should write something off me fucking bucket list this year. I should do a chili cook-off.
How are you gonna do that?
I have no idea, but first I gotta come up with a good recipe.
I guess that's true. You think someone can sit in silence so long that they'll just die?
Wait, what?
Like, imagine just someone sitting in silent, just sitting in a chair, and then they forget to eat and drink, and then they just die.
Yeah.
Could
I assume people with Alzheimer's do that.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
People who play World of Warcraft.
Terrible death. Good Lord. That's true, though.
Wait, is the historian still here?
Yes.
Historian, what do you think about this idea? What if Casket watched a movie from beginning to end and gave his commentary, and I just edited out the bits that he actually gave commentary on? So for like an hour and a half movie, we might have like a decent 6 or 7 minute.
I think we'd have 2 minutes is what I was gonna say.
No, I could get more out of him.
Yeah, I think he wouldn't even talk. I think he wouldn't even see like those blips on an audio record of this the whole stream of him saying things. One thing I think is deadly, although I wish we heard it more, Casket cannot be on his own. He needs other people. And when I talk so much, yeah, it's my proclivities, but at the same time, I've said this to Jeff. I don't remember if Extra Queso was there, but I said I worry so much about dead air. Like when I hear dead air, I'm like, this is maybe when I brought up show business, but it's just like you can't have dead air. You have to be talking, in my opinion. And if Casket had a commentary for a video, first off, it would. I would say this: if he's going to do a commentary for a video, it should be that Devil show, that Devil cartoon that he really likes.
Hazbin Hotel.
Hazbin Hotel, because then I think he could really give commentary. But even then, he might just sort of, I don't know, he might just kind of flake, or he might not have the energy.
Yeah,
Because
you'll be proud of me. I thought of you yesterday. I was scrolling through shows, and I saw Hazbin Hotel come up, so I added it to my watch list. So that's at the top.
Let me know when you watch it. We should watch it together.
I'm down. The animation looks great. And
oh yeah,
how many?
I only spotted one animation error through the whole thing.
Yeah, that's amazing. How many seasons again?
There's only one season right now, but they got renewed for a second, third, and fourth season.
Okay, great. Okay.
So the problem with the pacing that you're gonna find in season 1 will probably be cleared up in season 2.
Hopefully.
Okay, that's a pretty normal.
That's my only complaint with the show is the pacing.
Yeah, but that sometimes happens to a lot of season 1s because they're just trying to build up.
Yeah, they don't know if they're gonna get that season 2.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool.
Oh man, fucking Hot Topic released the fucking Angel Dust hoodie, and I was so mad that it didn't come in my size. I was like, damn.
No. What, can you add it to like a wish list?
Make that into a motivation to lose weight.
That's true.
What? Wait, what did you say?
Make that into a motivation to lose weight.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a good one.
You're killing the zombies! Woo!
Get him. Sick him.
Oh, I hate the ending of this movie, though.
Why?
Because at the end of the movie, the one guy that survives is this black guy, and he ends up getting shot.
That's why you hate the ending of the movie?
Yeah, because, like, that's fucking stupid. He survived through the whole thing, and then he just gets shot.
Oh. Yeah, that is dumb. Oh, but you should have done a spoiler alert.
We're literally at the end of the movie. It's gonna happen in, like, less than a minute.
I know, but, like, just for the viewers, you know?
Well, sorry, there should have been a spoiler alert in there somewhere. I'll retroactively add it in. No, I won't.
Yes.
I know you
God. I remember one time in the fall, neighbors would make their chili, and it was so damn good.
I love chili.
Do you like just chili in like a hot dog bun, or chili on a hot dog is so good. Chili dog. Shame it makes you so gassed.
Sometimes I'll just eat a can of chili by itself.
Just straight. Wait, like, do you heat it up though?
Well, yeah.
Okay. I was gonna this isn't like fucking 10 Cloverfield Lane.
Yeah. Dude, that might as well be my life.
Bro, you have so many YouTube stills and shots in your YouTube where you look like John Goodman. It's so funny.
I love John Goodman. He plays a great bad guy.
He plays a great guy with like anger management issues. He looks like he's
they should redo anger management with John Goodman instead of fucking what's his face, Skinny Boy.
Yeah, but they should make it like a thriller horror, not a comedy.
No, I think it'd be funnier as a comedy.
Well, it would obviously be funnier as a comedy.
See, I said that, and then I realized what I said after I said it.
Right between the eyes.
Great job, Casket. You're doing your best. That's all we can ask, you know?
Let's go get him. That's another one for the fire.
You're doing your best. What happened to Jeff? What happened to the historian? Why is it just me and Casket?
I'm still
Where
here.
are
I'm
you?
here.
We're alone. There's no light in this cave. I feel like I'm touching something and it's like, ooh, what is that?
That's me.
Yeah, I'm here.
Casket, where are your pants? Jesus Christ.
Oh, I took those off a while ago.
Oh, God, now I got shit on my hand.
Oh, that's not shit.
Fuck. Oh.
Wait, is this the credits?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This must be really low budget. That they
So
actually
that-
forgot to add the copyright details.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, they totally
Can you
forgot.
tell us what this movie was about? Because I've never seen it before, and I didn't watch like a single frame of it. Can you give us
Alright,
a
I'll give you a great
breakdown?
synopsis real quick, and then we all have to give our 1 out of 5 reviews.
So it's not the
Woman
Cliff
who
Notes.
goes to a graveyard with
Just,
her brother, and they get
not the
attacked
Cliff
by the
Notes, the
living
Casket
dead.
Notes.
And she ends up in this house, and at the house, everyone's dead except for the zombies. And the black guy shows up, and he's like, hey, and he kicks a lot of ass. He's really cool. And these people from inside the house show up, who were there the whole time and didn't say anything, come out, and then they're like, hey, we're here. And then they watch the TV for a while, and then they go to try and fill the car up with the gas pump. But they fuck that up really bad. And people die, and then shit goes all to hell. And everyone dies except for the black guy who ends up in the basement. And he lives to the very end until the rescue party comes and they shoot him because they think he's one of them.
Oh, fucking. Jesus Christ.
So I'm gonna give this.
Wait, what
movie
race were the,
solid 3.5.
3.5 out
What?
of 10?
Out of.
No, out of 5.
Out of what?
Oh, out of 5.
Yeah.
Someone do the quick math.
I give it a 5 out of 5. I think it really portrayed the Holocaust. How I want to see it portrayed.
Where's the soundboard?
It's there.
That's
It's there.
that's out of my technological
Should've been ready.
understanding.
Well, everybody,
It should have been ready.
I hope you had a good time, everybody. Next time, we might just watch Night of the Living Dead again in color.
No. We're gonna find something new.
I
Can I get my
see this.
Can I get my impression of being eaten by a zombie?
Yeah.
Right. Why did Casket end it right there? That was impressive.
Should I end it now?
No.
Oh, wait,
I mean,
hold
not
on.
for me.
Out of 10,
I'll
how many
stay
weed
for a
points
while.
do I give the movie? I give the movie 5 weed points out of 10.
I give it 10 out of 10 weed points. I mean, you know why it was such a great weed movie? Because you could watch it without even watching it. You could talk about totally separate things.
Yeah.
The other two, Jeff, extra cases. You have weed point scores for this movie.
Dude, I can't even rate it. I wasn't watching the movie.
That's okay. Just
The
try it.
historian was also not watching it. Nobody was watching it. Only Casket was
I
watching it.
know. We were not watching it at all, and
To
that's
be
what
fair,
I
I
wanted
wasn't
it to
really
be
watching it. I just know the movie by heart.
Right. I was worried that we were going to have to watch it, and I said I was going to leave in the first 10 minutes because I thought we would just be watching it. I'm sorry to bring this up because it's so late, but Ninkar Poop in the chat had.
Wait, should I go ahead and end the stream, everybody?
No.
Alright,
for
we won't
me.
end it. Let's keep going. Fuck it, let's do it.
I mean, we weren't even caring about the movie, so the movie shouldn't end the thing, but I mean, we will have to end it soon, eventually, but because it is a work night. But Nate Carpoop asks me and says, "Turn again." Asked my question on my behalf. I don't know what this was, so I don't know what was going on there.
I think he wants you to know about the UFO UAP thing.
The UFO UAP thing, I don't know anything about it. In fact, the only time I ever heard about it was when Casket said, my mom told me to look up something about UFO, and then he started typing in his
God, and
computer.
they
And he was
posted a
like,
picture of somebody's head dent from their headset. Oh God.
I know. So that was a long time ago. I'm sorry I didn't see that at that time. If I saw that, I would have responded. I didn't. I wasn't being a little cowardy boy. That's for sure. I did not see it. I wasn't paying attention, and I'm sorry.
Did you guys hear that the president of the country next to mine now has $25,000 to his head? Like 25 million, sorry.
Wow.
Is this? Let me guess. It can't be Chile because nothing's happened there in a while, in my opinion or my knowledge. Is it Argentina?
No, it's Venezuela.
Oh, Venezuela. Who's the person?
They are the government is the government of the United States put a warrant to like capture him.
Wow.
So if you wanna come visit and capture this guy,
Yeah. Maybe Casket can get on that. Casket, that can be your new project.
Right. That could be your social justice issue, Casket.
capture the president of a communist
Yeah,
country.
sorry, I'm not allowed to talk about presidents.
That's true. Can I bring up a question? If we had to watch another movie, and let's say we don't have to worry about copyrights, but we're going to watch this movie and we're going to really watch it and we're going to give commentary on it. What movie from everyone else in the call would you say that's the movie I would pick?
I would either pick Day of the Dead or the remake of Dawn of the Dead.
Everything has dead in the title. And it's all kind of based off of this movie, is it not?
This is the first movie, yeah.
Right. Any others?
There's a movie called Shoot 'Em Up that I think is really good.
What is that? What is that movie?
It's a great gun fighting action movie. If you've seen it, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Why don't I ask a better question? Maybe what would we say is our favorite movie? And I'm Casket, I'm going to put the microphone on you first and say, what's your favorite movie of all time?
Oh, Twister.
Oh, that is true. You once told me that your favorite movie was Metalocalypse #2.
It's in my top 5.
Right.
Bro, you talked about this on Monday night or Friday night.
What's your number one movie? The other people,
Close my
Alice,
chat.
Jeff, Extra Queso. What's your favorite movie that you've ever seen?
I have like 10 movies that are all tied for the first spot, but one of them might be Blade Runner, I guess.
Ooh, I haven't seen that.
That's a good choice.
I have been trying for years to watch a movie that I actually really like.
And what is that?
I don't know. I haven't found it.
Oh, you've never seen it?
I've never watched a movie that I have ever said, okay, this movie is a 10 out of 10.
Wow.
For me,
What's the movie you
personally.
want to watch, though? What's the one you're thinking, I need to watch this?
I don't know.
But didn't you
I
just
have
say? Oh, I didn't.
no,
Okay,
it's
I
like
didn't understand.
hypothetically.
Right.
Hypothetically, I have
Okay.
never watched a movie that makes me go, okay, this is what I consider perfect.
Extra Queso, do you have a favorite movie of all time?
Well, like Jeff,
Please don't say it's
it's hard to
Schindler's
pick
List.
one. No, it's
You
not
took the
Schindler's
worst.
List.
Okay.
I don't like the format of favorite anything, but I will say it's got to be either Howl's Moving Castle or Interstellar.
That's a
Did
Ghibli movie that
Casket?
people don't normally make their number one. Howl's Moving Castle, which is interesting. I like that one a lot. I like it for the visuals. I don't know if it's like narratively the best one of
Yeah.
his filmography, but it's good.
You wanna know something very funny? In one of the Ghibli movies, I think it's called it's named La Puta.
Yeah,
They had
Castle
to
in the
change
Sky.
the name for the Spanish version because that La Puta means the bitch.
Oh yeah, puta. La
Wow.
puta.
Oh,
Puta
I
Madre,
thought
not
you were,
Madre Puta.
yeah, I thought you were saying La Putan. Is that what you're saying? Because I
No,
know
the
Puta.
movie is called La Puta. It's a single word.
Okay. I just thought you were
La Puta.
pronouncing it differently, but that's just because I don't know
And
Spanish.
puta is Spanish for bitch.
Right. I know Puta.
Boom.
Maybe
Alice, what does
too many people will find it funny.
Hiwe puta mean?
A what?
Puta.
Hiwe puta.
Yeah,
Son of a
cabrón.
bitch.
Yeah, there you go.
Son of a bitch. Wow.
Puta
Hiwe
madre.
Son of a
Puta.
bitch.
Why is it that
I don't know
everyone always
why.
learns the swear
I would
words
love to know
first?
why it's like Japanese people keep using the word puta. Like, there is this like company in Japan that makes like toys, like tiny like desktop toys, and it's called I think it's called Putito. And that would
Little
translate to
bitch.
like a small male bitch.
Right.
Like a chihuahua.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. It seems like we're running out of steam. What comments have came in? Everybody's saying Casket should make chili. And then they're wondering, is it possible to donate to a bong for Casket King? Yeah, just donate money to him.
Yeah, if you want me to buy a bong, just donate the money and under the little thing that says what it's for, it's a bong.
Bro, if Casket, have you ever smoked from a bong?
No, but I've seen others do it, so I'm
Casket,
confident I
if
can.
you, Casket,
Remember,
if you
you
smoked
have to
from a
drink your
bong,
water. I have
Casket,
learned
if
that you have
you, Casket, if you
to drink
smoked
the water.
from a Casket, if you smoked from a bong, you would pass out and you would not be able to talk for like 5 hours for your first time.
Come on.
Nice.
I don't believe that. But I would just
That would be
say,
a
I don't think Casket's ever smoked real weed. He's just smoked.
I have.
He smoked like the bud
Yeah.
before?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
all
I didn't
the
know
Did you
that.
smoke it in what form? Pipe, flower?
Joint.
I mean, joint, pre-roll.
Really? All the time?
Yeah, at least once a day.
What?
Yeah.
I assumed you got all your weed from just like the carts. You smoke a joint every day.
Well, I don't smoke a full one, but I have a hit of one every day.
Wow. No.
You every time I hear the word joint, I always think of the 3 weed smoking girlfriends. Have you guys ever heard of the 3 weed smoking girlfriends?
No.
You should read it. It's a great story. Somebody made it into a comic.
Well, send a link then, please. But yeah,
Okay.
my point was casket.
Just so you know, it's a conversation from Tumblr.
Okay. Oh Jesus Christ. Casket. Yeah. I mean, if you've never smoked from a bong before, I'm telling you, man, it's gonna hit different in a good way, but in a way where you. Bro, if you were on the astral plane from the weed vapes, you're gonna be like talking to Lucifer himself from a bong. Trust me, my friend.
Okay, I'm trying to find where to read the entirety of the wheat tree work. Are you saying that they are not smoking weed, but that the cigarettes they're smoking are not a a cigarette, but a weed cigarette? Sorry, that is called a blunt.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
blunt.
by the way, historian, while I have you,
Yes.
I'm gonna play some Mark Hamill Joker.
This is a compilation. Oh, let's go.
Watch this. I've never seen it before.
Okay, I found the original quote.
Let the good times roll!
You know, the thing with the Joker is that in the long comic book history of the character, he started off as pretty much a straight homicidal maniac, and then they kind of made him goofier and goofier. And then he became kind of a joke.
Mother always said I had talent.
And then this time they brought him back as a serious, psychotic killer.
The Joker in our show could not kill because it was a children's television show.
Instead of him murdering people, we would have him give him that hideous Joker grin, which in its own way is almost worse.
I really have to congratulate myself on this one.
I never liked clowns. Yeah, they always gave me the willies.
Joker's the perfect Batman villain because he's the antithesis of Batman.
A bat in the hand is worth two in the belfry.
It's antimatter and matter facing each other.
I don't really know why he's such a perfect yin to Batman's yang, because the characters are really dissimilar. I mean, there's nothing, historical about clowns and bats.
You're losing your edge.
Joker is the flip side of Batman. Batman's grim, Joker's happy.
The personal hatred that the Joker has towards Batman, the fact that he just wanted the limelight.
A countdown of victims that will end at midnight, unless our dear Dark Knight stops me first.
Mark Hamill just nailed that part perfectly. When the second we heard that scary laugh, we knew he had the Joker.
One of the things that informs the Joker is his laugh. And I remember reading the comic books, it was ha 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 ha, but lots of ho ho hee hee ho ho hee. His laugh should be like a musical instrument. It should sort of illustrate his mood. It could be ominous and intimidating. It could be gleeful and with wild abandon. But I didn't want to just have one rote laugh. I was driving in the first recording session thinking, how did I laugh? I'm on the freeways in Los Angeles. No, that's not it. No, that's not it. Now, I'm sure no one in Los Angeles would look...
Actually, I don't know how long this goes on, but I have to say something that's even worse. I've never seen Mark Hamill's Joker. I've never seen a single Star Wars film in my life. So Mark Hamill just doesn't mean much to me. But actually, I remember at least a year ago when I said that in the casket, in a private casket call where other people were there, and they were like, "What? You haven't seen a Star Wars film? Blah blah blah." But I've seen clips. I mean, it's almost the same thing that of Jack Nicholson as Joker, but I've seen clips. But Mark Hamill, I mean, it's no one to me. I don't see any star power at all to him. I've never been like, God, I gotta watch this Mark Hamill. He's more just
Sir,
like, hey,
it's not like you're seeing him.
right, and I know. And
Yeah,
I don't
really,
even
I'm
know if
more a
I've ever
fan of his
seen a Mark
voice
Hamill
work than his
movie.
Star Wars work.
Really?
I haven't
You
also never
prefer
seen
his...
any Star Wars movie.
I like the first Star
Wow.
Wars movie, but that's about it. But yeah, I like him more for his voice work.
Well, you know what, Casket? I like you more for your voice work
Why,
than,
thank you very much.
No, but I want to hear Whitey. If I ever say I like you for your voice work, you better give me Whitey, because that's your
Oh God.
breakout
Goodness,
character.
I'm having another seizure. Oh goodness. Oh, I'm having a technical foul. Oh.
Also,
Casket does that better than
did you
anybody.
know it was this show that completely changed the character of Mr. Freeze? I think it's called his name.
I'm not familiar with Mr. Freeze.
He's a tragic
Okay,
character.
so in originally in the comics he didn't have much of a backstory, so they made a full like backstory for him in this show, and since then it has become his to go-to backstory.
I heard something really weird involving superheroes. In fact, I read this a long time ago, and I might be wrong. I hope I'm not, but I think Superman originally started not in a comic book, but in a short story in which he was like almost a villain. He was kind of this conflicted character who was not very nice. And then that, right? You know that, Alice? You've heard of that before?
And supposedly in the original, like first time they ever did the character, they were trying. They had not only very conflicting. It wasn't only a very conflicted character, but it was very like conflicting ideas. They wanted to for him to be like a bit of a hero, but they didn't want him to be like a common idea of a hero that was popular at the time.
Right.
And that version is Lost Media.
It
Yeah,
is.
Alice.
Well, I don't know if it's lost
Alice,
media. That
by the
story
way-
might still be there.
By the way, it's
I think the original, like they have like copies. I understand.
it's character, not character.
Okay.
Okay. Well, with that, but yeah, I agree with you there. I think that's a very weird. You know, everybody thinks of Superman as like he can't do anything wrong. He's literally Superman, almost like Ubermensch, but he's not. But he's Superman. Lately, I've been thinking, I wonder what anybody else thinks about this, but I kind of hate that every superhero that comes out is like this conflicting character. What I would really like to see is a superhero who actually has extreme morals and extreme values above other people, and they're a better person than other people because they're Superman. They have, they have a better body, they can do better things, but yet they have these extreme morals, and they're in this world that's conflicted. The character themselves shouldn't be conflicted. I think they should have to deal with this sad fact that
Let me
they're
find
Superman.
how was the name of the movie that was really good for Superman. There is this one movie where he has to fight that kind of problem against Union Jack. I think what's his name.
Yeah, personally, I've never seen a Superman movie in my life. There was that famous like 1976 Superman that's so popular, but I've never
Okay,
seen it.
you should absolutely. We should totally force you to watch this. We need to force feed you to watch this. Superman versus the Elite. This movie is still like remembered for how good it was.
Superman versus the Elite. I've never heard of it. I'm looking it up right
It's an
now.
animated movie from 2012.
That makes me hesitant. Because as anyone knows about my music taste, 2012 is like, oh my god, we get into the culture industry here, but Superman versus the Elite, I'll have to look into
I'm
this.
surprised the historian has seen so few popular movies like Star Wars. Is that an intentional thing? Like, do you not watch movies often, or
That's a great question. I watch movies. I kind of don't watch movies super often. But I do watch movies a lot, but when I watch movies, I try to make them like, I think there's an artistic value to this film and I'll watch it. One thing I noticed, I was thinking about this earlier today and I absolutely wasn't going to bring it up, but one thing I think is interesting is that I think one way I don't connect with other people in the Casketverse is that other people in the Casketverse tend to really like popular culture. And past a certain point, I don't like popular culture because I see it as culture becomes a commodity. And it's not my idea at all. It's Horkheimer and Adorno and the Frankfurt School, but the culture industry. If you want to learn anything else about this, it's the culture industry. Look that up. You can easily find a pirated version, their book. But I just feel like at some point it's like all of human history, culture worked in one way, and now we're seeing this kind of late stage capitalism version of culture mixed with industry, which is, hey, we never had cameras before, we had never had movies before, let's say 1890. It's complicated, but let's just say 1890s, we never had it before. And really it doesn't even start until like 1910. But it's a complicated thing. One thing I will say, I never ever thought like, hey, I can't watch Star Wars because people won't like me. But one thing I never watched was anime because I said I grew up in a place where it's like I was just watching, I don't know, I was just seeing the internet. It's like, if you watch anime, you're this kind of person. And I was like, I don't want to be that kind of person. Just it's a knee-jerk reaction. And I never watched anime. But then in college, one of the movies I had to watch, the only anime I've ever watched, I think it was called Ghost in the Shell, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And I watched it and I was like, this is an incredible movie. I mean, I don't have any problem with watching any Asian films I've seen, which I think is a great movie, but a lot of people haven't seen it because it's older, is oh goodness gracious, I just had it in my mind and now I don't, but the woman in the something, I'll find that, but I watched it and it's slow. One thing you'll find about older movies is that they're slow and newer movies are very fast. But I watched this movie that was very old, and I've seen a lot of movies actually, not to kind of discredit myself, but I've seen a decent amount of movies that were in multiple Asian languages that I saw in English closed caption translations. The Woman in the Dells, I think it's called. Maybe it's something else. Let me look right now. But I really liked that a lot.
I wish I really would love it if I live near you guys, because I will do something that I have done to every single one of my friends, that I force them to watch Paranoia Agent.
Let me say this. I'm sorry. I don't mean to step on your toes at all, Alice. I just looked it up. The actual name of the movie is called The Woman in the Dunes. It has 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. I've heard a lot of people say they don't give any credence to Rotten Tomatoes. That's them. I do think this movie is really interesting. I've heard a lot of people say it's an allegory of marriage. I guess I wouldn't try to watch it thinking that that's what it is. I never answered the question personally about what movie I would like to see as the number one movie that, you know, if I had to say my favorite movie. And it's hard. I absolutely agree with Jeff, in which he says, I have 10 of them. And it's like, yeah, we're all in flux. We're all human beings in flux, and we change and our tastes change. One movie that I see all the time, I watched it last night, actually, and I thought it was as good. Extra case, you seem to want to say something. I'll let you say it.
You'll let me say it.
Well, I'll shut up. Let me put it this way. Let me put it on my terms. I will shut my fat, ugly mouth up.
Jesus, man.
I'm going to check out this movie, The Woman in the Dunes, because I watch a lot of Japanese movies.
Woman in the Dunes is a beautiful movie. It's very slow. If you're going to watch it, understand it's very slow. People try to say it's an allegory towards marriage. Maybe it is. It's very slow. It's
So
1964. You're not.
Would you rather get stung by a box jellyfish or step on a stonefish?
I'd rather just have my foot removed.
But
Yeah,
It's not
I
an
think you will die in both
option.
options.
Historian, it
That
was my
depends.
impression that I thought you had like a hard and fast rule of like not watching movies after a certain time period. But it just sounds like you're not
Oh
into
no, not at all. Who just left? I'm sorry. Oh,
queso.
Mr. Queso.
Queso left.
I hope it was. I mean, I hope. How about I hope it didn't cause anything there. No, that when I talked about a hard and fast rule, and it wasn't even a hard and fast rule. When you talk about things in a single sentence, it's hard. Music, for one thing, is very different from movies. I do love silent movies. I love silent movies, and I think, there are a lot of silent movies, in fact, that Casca could watch that he would love. He would absolutely love them. There are, in fact, old television shows that he would absolutely love. The Abbott and Costello television show, I can't say Casca would love it, but that is such an incredible show.
Laurel and Hardy, Charlie Chaplin.
Charlie Chaplin's great. Laurel and Hardy's great. They're different things. The Three Stooges is great. The Marx Brothers are great. W.C. Fields is great. All of these things, I still think they're great. No, I don't have the same feeling towards movies as I do for music, but in terms of movies, I don't have a cutoff date, except for like if you make a movie past 2010, I just feel like you're an industry film. You don't have anything towards artistic value. You're using this as an instrument towards getting money, and I really haven't seen, outside of people taking me, I haven't seen a film past 2015. I've seen that dumb film, and it was dumb, and it was what is it called? That Wonka film with, I can't even remember that.
With Timothée Chalamet.
Timothy Chalamet.
Yeah,
and I watched, bad movie. It was a bad movie. You know why it was bad? When I watched the original Willy Wonka, whatever the original name of that film is, because it's always so controversial, they'll say, it's not Willy Wonka, it's Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. I don't know what the actual name is. Yeah. You watch that movie, and it's like, you don't even remember that it's a musical, but then you watch something like this modern Wonka movie, and it's like, this was a cash grab for one with like...
Yeah, it was.
I don't understand why he's the most famous actor, but this Timothée Chalamet. And it was so obvious it was a musical in all the wrong ways.
I feel like you're getting exposed to like the worst kinds of movies. Like, are there any movies from the 2000s that you respect?
Hey guys,
really
I haven't seen them though.
Okay.
That's beautiful.
Just remember, we are still live.
I know, and I say it's beautiful.
Don't say the N word.
Casket should leave, and then Alice should type, we're hearing the dogs right now, right on cue. Alice, please type extremely loudly. And then I'll say, we're in a beautiful moment in the Casket verse. I don't want it to be... Thank you. That's what I want. You should do that for the next 20 minutes while I talk. But you're right. I don't watch many movies. My family was just like, oh, let's go watch this Wonka movie because they like the original Wonka. And I was like, okay, I'll go watch.
If I was to make an argument to you that like the 2000s era of film still has good movies, like I wouldn't use Wonka as an example.
Right.
So I think you're maybe seeing like the worst of the worst.
I agree with you, but you know better than I do. What would you pick? What would you say? You know what? And this is a hard question. It's very hard to say, like, because I'm a person who says, I like music from the 20s, and then somebody says, what music should I listen to? And then I have to go through my whole discography, quote unquote. I might even be saying that wrong, but I go through it and I'm like, gosh, they'll like this song, and then I'll post it to the Casket verse in my thing. But I'm like, this is really tough to choose. If you're not into this, what are you gonna like? What do you think in recent films that you think?
It's tough because I would say like my favorite films tend to come from the 80s and 90s, but I still have like quite a few movies from the 2000s that I enjoy.
Really?
You know, because you said you enjoyed Ghost in the Shell, I think you would probably enjoy Spirited Away, which is from 2001.
That was such a great movie, wasn't it?
Oh, you've seen
Ghost
it?
in the Shell. No, I haven't
Oh,
seen Spirited
good.
Away. I'm sorry. I was talking about Ghost in the Shell. But wouldn't you agree that, like, what the heck? This is crazy that it's so good, and yet obviously for cultural differences, it doesn't get any. It's not going to be nominated at the Oscars or anything. But it's like, this is such a great movie. I watched that movie and was like, when is the last time we've seen an American movie emotions delved into that deep? And almost not even human emotions. It was so incredible. And
It was
I
the
wouldn't have
precursor to The Matrix. They
was
took a lot
it?
of.
I didn't even know that.
Yes, Ghost in the Shell would have been 95, and then The Matrix was 98, I think.
I know, but
No, 99.
I will say this: I haven't even seen The Matrix. That's you know, it's pathetic on my part. I haven't seen a lot of new things. If you ask me old things, I'll say, "Oh yeah, of course." I've seen every Marx Brothers.
I need to force you to watch Paranoia Agent.
We haven't seen it, and I'm hesitant because I know there is also anime is so popular that it's almost like its own Hollywood. You know, it's almost like Bollywood. I've seen Bollywood movies that I like, but at the same time, Bollywood is, you know, it has the same faults that Hollywood has, and I feel like anime probably does.
Give me a moment why I think you should watch Paranoia Agent.
It's
Agent
probably
is
good.
remembered for being one of the best like shows of all time, like best animes of all time. But a lot of people dislike it because it's just slow as fuck.
Right, and I don't have that much prejudice against that. I don't know if I ever finished my
so
sentence when I.
good.
Right, sorry.
And the main thing, the main thing about Paranoia Agent that I love is that one, the creator of the film of the like anime used to make exclusively movies. So when he would talk, like when he said, "I have this story that I want to tell, but it can only be told by making a show." And he literally told like the studio that made movies, "Hey, I need you to help me make a show." And so they made this whole show with the type of like budget and the type of animators that would normally go to a movie. So the animation especially is great. It's like beautiful. And the guy really much had a story that he had to tell. So it was very much like very artistically achieved in that
That's
term.
actually right. And I'm sorry if I cut you off, but that's actually my main thing because that's why I don't read comic books, because everybody who's into movies, they're into the what's called very technically the mise-en-scène, and they want to see the image on the screen. They're like very concerned with the image on the screen. I come from a readerly background, and I want to see a very good narrative. In my opinion, I thought, yeah, it had beautiful imagery. I won't say that, but I really thought Ghost in the Shell just had an incredible story. The narratively, it was incredible. That's again, I bring up Schindler's List. I hate to bring it up, but I thought that was an incredibly watchable movie. I thought that Ghost in the Shell was an incredibly watchable movie, and you know, it's a little tough, but I don't care as much. Sometimes I like to close read it. Now Extra Queso's not here. But what I really thought was interesting was when he was close reading music of Jaws, and he was saying he was using very particular terms that I don't know. I'm not a musician. I don't know these terms at all. But he was saying, "Oh, it went to blah 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 blah," and I thought, if an artist puts that much thought into it, you don't have to be an expert. You know what I mean? You can just watch it, and if it's that good, you'll just know. One of the movies, this is kind of dumb, but one movie that I hate, to bring in this controversial name, I absolutely hate 2001: A Space Odyssey by Kubrick. I haven't watched it in years. I should probably watch it again, but every time I've ever thought about it, the only adjective I could possibly use to describe the movie was pretentious. And I have no other words to say about it. I think you can't even understand that movie if you don't read the corresponding book that was written by that. He was a great science fiction author. I don't say anything about it. I can't remember what his name was. Jeff, do you remember what he was so famous.
The novel that 2001 was based off of?
Right. Well, I don't even know that it was based off of. I think it was kind of written at the same time. From everything that I've heard, I've even seen an interview with this novelist. He was like the most famous science fiction writer at this time. I personally think Isaac Asimov should be the most famous science fiction writer at that time, but it wasn't Sturgeon. It wasn't. I can't remember. It's pathetic because he was the absolute biggest, and he was a genius in his own right. I don't say that, but the problem that I have with 2001: A Space Odyssey is that not only is it painfully slow. I mean, the first hour of that movie is men in ape suits just jumping around. But you can't even understand the narrative when we're talking about narratology and making a good story, which narratology is everything. You can't understand that if you don't read the book that... I didn't know you were gone, but I'll say we love you, Casca King. But for 2001: A Space Odyssey, I feel like it's not understandable unless you do a lot of work. And I'm not even talking about the work as the viewer. I'm talking about you have to do work outside of the movie, and that's why I really didn't like that movie. I think Kubrick was a genius in his own right. In fact, Extra Queso said he had all these problems. I swear to God, I didn't even know that. I know that about a couple other directors. I didn't even know that about Kubrick. I wasn't trying to make any sort of moral stance here. I'm just talking about an author. I mean, I'm just talking about an artist. But he was one of the greats, in my opinion. And most of his movies are great. I think he was too prestigious. He was too concerned with making a great movie in terms of 2001. And when people say to me, because I've had it a lot of times in my real life, just, people will come up to me in my own whatever. I won't go into that, but they'll say, people just love 2001: A Space Odyssey. And I think all the time, my response is, it's prestige. It's like you saying, I don't know, it's almost like saying, like, oh, my favorite author is Shakespeare or something. It's like, well, he's the most prestigious, so it's here, I'll give the perfect example in terms of 2001. It's like saying, I love The Merry Wives of Windsor with Shakespeare. That's a crappy play. Shakespeare shouldn't have written it. There's other crappy Shakespeare plays. It's a complicated, maybe Queen Elizabeth I. There's a very weird story in which he said, oh, I love this play. I love Falstaff, which Falstaff Caskett's played before because I've made him play it, and I think he's the perfect person to play it. But apparently she loved that role so much that she said, write a new play in 14 days. So this is the story. And that's why he comes up with this stupid play that's almost unreadable, which is like, God, Shakespeare, you're capable of so much else. But I almost look at 2001: A Space Odyssey in the same way in which I said, how, with all your genius, are you creating something that's crap? Because I haven't seen it in years. Actually, I'll bring up another movie, and I wonder if anyone here has seen this movie. And I assume Jeff is the only one who's possibly seen this movie, Being There, with Peter Sellers. Has anyone seen that movie?
I haven't.
Which one?
Being There with Peter Sellers. I love Peter Sellers. He's a Kubrick actor.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear what you said, Jeff.
I saw it a long time ago. I barely remember it.
You did see it a long time ago, and that's perfect, because I want to ask, what did you think of it a long time ago? I bet you didn't like it.
Yeah, I barely remember it.
You don't remember, and you don't remember because you didn't like it. I saw it a long time ago as well. When I was a freshman in college, I was interested in movies at that time, and I saw Norm Macdonald, who I love, and he was saying, "Oh, I heard that Peter Sellers in Being There is trying to be Stan Laurel." And I loved Laurel and Hardy at this time. I mean, I've seen every Laurel and Hardy short there is. I love them so much. But I was like, man, I got to see this. And I watched it, and I remember I hated it when I was a freshman in college. And one of my professors, who I loved, I was talking to him kind of at the end of the semester, and I was having this conversation, and I was saying that I really hated The Sixth Sense. I just hated it. And he showed us that movie in class, and I was like, there's a Hollywood ending. It's exactly what I said. I hate a Hollywood ending. That's why, and partially I hated the Schindler's List, but I really hated particularly the Hollywood ending in Sixth Sense. So where I said, I hate this movie, and he said, have you ever seen, or he was talking about other movies that he showed in the same class, but not to our class. And he was like, Being There. And I said, oh, I've seen that, and I don't like it at all. And he said, yeah, I've heard that critics have said before, this is a one joke movie. And as soon as he said it, it was like a light lit off in my head. And I was like, that's exactly why I don't like it. It's a one joke movie. The other day, probably a week ago, I rewatched it, and I couldn't even believe what an incredible and deep film that was. Like, I just couldn't even believe. And I was thinking, how could I be so stupid when I was a freshman to think that this movie was meant to be a comedy, which it's not at all? And how could I be so stupid to not see what the obvious theme is and the obvious purpose of this movie is? And recently I rewatched that, and I thought, I've never seen a movie like that in my life. And if you ever want to see a movie that, in my opinion, is deep, I would say watch frickin' Being There with Peter Sellers. I can't remember the year. It's Peter Sellers, so it's a
79.
while ago. 79. That's a deep movie. Okay, if you know who Stan Laurel is, you can say it was Stan. He was trying to portray Stan Laurel. That's how I came into the movie, and I said, this is going to be kind of a comedy, and it tries to be a comedy, but it's not. It's a very serious film about life and death. Particularly, I know I'm the historian and I bring up death, but God, I've never seen a movie that seemed to understand death better in my whole life than that movie. And I was like, how is it? This is why I hate Marvel. I was like, how is it that there's a Marvel film out today with all these stars? And in 1979, there was a movie that was so complex, that was so complicated and so deep. Who on earth? When I look at the American public, I hate to say it, I think they're a little bit dumb. And that's mean. If Extra Queso was on here, I think he would probably go against me here, but I can be a little bit judgmental about the American public, but I think my influence there is that I see the Marvel films, and I'm like, this is so dumb, in my opinion. This is such an obvious money grab. But then you see, this wasn't some artistic film. This wasn't some obscure film. This was freaking a box office film. I don't know if it won any Oscars or whatever, but this was a film that was in theaters. And it's like, what the heck? How has America gone down? We had Peter Sellers in the weirdest role I've ever seen, in the weirdest movie. I'll just say this. I think it is about death, and the weirdest movie about death I've ever seen. It was so beautiful. I kind of don't like.
I found the movie, and it's in the freaking Internet Archive.
Right, it is easy to get. I don't say it's hard to get, but people don't watch it because, first off, it's old. And people don't watch old things, but they don't watch it at the same time because it's a slow movie. And like I thought when I was a freshman, it's a one-joke movie. No. Peter Sellers' character does play the same joke over and over, and I kind of don't like that, but God, Being There is the greatest movie I've seen in a long time. The movie I would say that is the greatest before I watched that was Unforgiven with Clint Eastwood. That's the greatest cowboy movie I've ever seen. Another great cowboy movie is Christ Almighty! It's from the 1950s. It's in colors. Shane. If you really want to watch a cowboy movie, either watch Unforgiven or Shane. Those are two beautiful movies that are, whatever. But
do you think that people can go to the movies for different reasons? Like maybe one week they're like, I want just a popcorn flick that I can just sit back and watch some action scenes and relax. And then maybe other times you want to be challenged intellectually and you're going to go for this type of movie. Like there's different layers of movies, right?
A popcorn movie is so funny because it's so Tim and Eric. When I hear this is a popcorn movie, and they're always kind of making fun of it when they say, and it's not even Tim and Eric, it's Tim and Greg Turkington in their movie review series, which I think is so funny because they're making fun of this whole sort of thing. But I can't. When I start watching a dumb movie, I think to myself, like, okay, maybe I'm in an environment that's like other people watching it that I'm saying, I'm not gonna ruin the mood. I'm gonna keep watching this movie. Just like when I watched Wonka, I was like, this is dumb. This is an idiotic movie, but I'm not gonna ruin the mood. But other people can. I'm not other people. I have as I was trying to say with Extra Queso, you should look at me like an alien. I'm different. I have very different tastes, and I don't want to watch. There's so much on YouTube. I could go back and watch Casket talking about Minecraft. And that's a video that I would say I would rather watch that than watch the MCU.
I would agree with
different
that,
the chat really wants me to put on Subway Surfers or something, so I put up a lava lamp. I hope that is acceptable. Please let me know if that's not.
This was you said the chat. It wasn't even a chat. It was a super chat, right?
Yes, it was a super chat.
I don't even know what this message was because I've talked too much. Somebody else said, watch Akira if you like Ghost in the Shell. I haven't seen that. I haven't even heard of it. That.
Amazing.
Well, that is a good movie. You might
another person says, Akira, okay. Another person says, I want this guy to explain I2C protocol. I don't know what that is. Does anybody know what I2C?
I have no idea.
The letter I, the number 2, the letter C, and then protocol. I don't know either. Somebody says, who is this guy who said he didn't watch The Matrix? I will hold my hand to God. I've never watched that movie. I'm sorry. I haven't watched most films.
Funny. I have never watched The Matrix, but I played the video game.
Can I ask you this, Jeff? Because I think if there's anybody who knows this film, it's Jeff. Have you ever seen Grapes Almighty? I think it's called Archangel. It's a very weird film. Archangel.
Archangel. I'm looking it up
I
on
mean,
IMDb. I see an Archangel from 1990. I see.
Right. It's probably that. It's probably Archangel from 1990, ARCH Angel.
An
It's this
amnesic
very.
soldier seeking his lost love arrives in Archangel in northern Russia to help the townsfolk in
Oh,
their fight.
that's it.
Bolsheviks.
That's it. That's absolutely it. This is what I would say when people talk about, even when I was talking about my literary taste, people did not like when I was talking about Stephen King, but nobody said anything. I prefer a formalist. If you really want the word, it's formalist. I'm concerned with form. And Archangel, if you're concerned with movies, watch that. Narratologically, it's a boring movie. It's going to bore you. The narrative is totally boring. But this guy, just because I like silent movies, maybe I like this. This guy is so concerned with sort of silent movie techniques that nobody else does anymore because we're not in black and white. We're not in the silent movies. Not even silent movies, but like that weird point in time, almost like The Jazz Singer, where we're between silent and talkies. And I don't know, I've read about this director, I can't even remember his name, and I've read about his other short films, and I'm like, God, I gotta watch this, because I've seen that movie multiple times. It's boring as hell, because he does not tell an interesting story. But his, like, dramatic, or his directical, if that's a word, like, instincts are so crazy. Even if you watch the first 5 minutes, I say, watch this. You'll never see anything like it on planet Earth. And then when I see that David Lynch is getting all this credit, I'm like, he's more famous. But if you go watch Archangel, I don't even know how it's pronounced. I don't think it's said in the movie. But if you watch that, it's like, he cares so much about the form of the movie, the mise-en-scène, and how kind of like the earlier movies are done. It's unbelievable. It's one of the weirdest movies I've ever seen in my life. And I'll say this, I can watch a lot of movies. I watch silent movies all the time. When I watched this for the first time, I couldn't even finish it, because the narrative is so bad. I don't think it's interesting at all. But that is just, it's one of those movies that I'm like, God, somebody really cared about the movie making process, and they said, I'm going to make a movie. Just like me with my Casket King book, I say, I'm going to make a book for someone who's exactly like me. I remember people asked me, maybe it was even Jeff, asked me, okay, you don't want to watch Casket play games, you don't want to watch Casket do this or that, what do you want to see? And my answer was like, yeah, I want to hear him answer questions, which he did today, which I think was a great live stream. But overall, when I joined the Casket verse, I said, if I know what an artist does, an artist says, I want to see this, and maybe nobody else on planet Earth wants to see this, but I want to see this. And that's where we get Light Switches and Soap. That's where we get, an hour and a half of Wendy's. Because I said, I don't have to care. I shouldn't care about what other people think. I should just say, this is what I want out of the Casket verse. And maybe everybody else hates it, but if I was 10 years old and I just joined the Casket verse right now, I would think this is the coolest thing on planet Earth. And that's what I try to do with Casket's history. That's what I try to do. I know I've rankled feathers here, but that's what I try to do with Casket's play. And because I'm talking to myself and I'm saying, this is the coolest thing that, my God. And that's what I try to do. But as we've seen, even in this chat, people say, no, you're talking, and I try not to talk over other people. That's one thing I try really not to do, but you're over talking. You're talking too much. And I say, Casket's not going to say shit. Other people, whatever, they're gonna have their own opinion, and I love other people. We need other people. But one thing I realized from being in the Casket verse enough is that You gotta effing be the person. Jeff, you said earlier, and I knew this was your opinion even before you said it. You said sometimes it's hard to join the Casketverse because if you join, and by Casketverse I mean the live stream, but if you join, you have to have a topic of conversation. Do you not? That's the biggest effing thing.
You mean just to avoid dead silence?
Yes, and dead silence is it's an underreaction. It's not enough. I mean, if you really let Casket go on his own, dead silence doesn't put it into words. He'll be silent for like minutes.
That is true.
Yeah. But it didn't used to be that way. So I always think he can get back to being more talkative and opinionated, but he's got to work into it.
That's interesting. And earlier we actually talked about this, and I think it's interesting that Casket just said one day. We talked about it, and I said, I think this has to do with Casket's health and that he's in his position that he is. And I said, Casket has no energy. And Casket said, if I rated my energy level, it's 0. And I laughed for, a while after he said that because I thought it was funny. Because it is. It's funny, but it's grotesque. It's funny and it's sad at the same time. I think that's the whole point behind Casket. I think that I don't know. I'm glad Casket's doing what he's doing. I'm glad to see that Casket's trying a little harder to gain viewers, and he's doing these live streams without us in which he's only talking about questions, because when he just plays a video game, I think it's an hour of dead silence. He has nothing to say, and that doesn't gain people. But I mean, I don't know. I probably brought it onto the wrong topic, but I was talking about movies. If there's anything else, I mean, if anyone else wants to say, hey, I like this movie, you should watch this, historian. And when you're talking to the historian, you're talking to the chat. If you say, hey, I like this movie, we should watch it. I said, I really like Being There with Peter Sellers. In my opinion, I like Chinatown. I like a lot of movies.
Chinatown's in my top 10.
I know, and I actually remember one time Jeff tried to it was not just Jeff, I shouldn't say this, but multiple people tried to vet me. And they said, what are your favorite, what are your top 5? What are your top 3? And I said Chinatown. And Jeff said, oh, I really like Chinatown. Why don't we do this? Why don't we start with Casket in terms of top 5, and then we can all think of top 5. Casket, it doesn't have to be, you don't have to put them in order, but what are your top 5 movies that you say, if I had to pick 5, these are the movies that I would say are my favorite movies?
All right, I mean, number 1 is Twister. We got Toy Story. Puppet Master 3. The Metalocalypse movie. And
can I just ask, is this Metalocalypse 1 or 2?
2.
I knew it. Okay.
I want to say Castaway.
Okay, good. Alice Beartrap, what would you say is your top 5?
I don't know. I don't watch a lot of movies.
Do you have a top 2?
Trying to think of even a movie that I really like. I don't know. I would probably put also Toy Story 2 is probably. Oh, Oh, I was able to think of one of my favorite movies. Panda 2.
Kung Fu Panda 2?
Yeah.
Nice.
I love that one. Have you Historian, have you watched Kung Fu Panda 2?
I have not even watched Kung Fu Panda. I hate to say it because I assume that came out past 1920. But I know. But okay, yes. But no, I've never seen Kung Fu Panda 1 or 2. Obviously, Jack Black. Actually, I lost. Well, it's a totally different discussion. I lost a lot of. I lost a lot of face. I don't know what we say here for Jack Black when he kind of turned his back on the Kyle Grass guy. But that's a totally different discussion. And I like Jack Black. My favorite Jack Black film is what's the one when he's a wrestler?
Nacho Libre.
Nacho Libre. Nacho Libre is my favorite one. Now, I will ask, and this is tough because I have 10. I'll say nobody's going to hold you to it. It's 9:50 on the East Coast on a cast.
I can give you 10 if you want.
What's your 10? I wonder how many I've seen.
I would say, okay, Blade Runner, which I already mentioned.
Right.
Then I'm going to go with The Matrix. And then I'll go Love Letter, which is a Japanese movie from 1995. I'm going to go Spirited Away from 2001. Akira, 1988. Wow. Then I'll go Chinatown from 74. Chungking Express from 94.
Wow.
I'll go... I want to throw in like a thriller or like a pure action movie. Maybe Die Hard. Just for the fun action movie. Rosemary's Baby.
Oh my goodness.
1968. And then I'm going to go with a kind of obscure Canadian film called Exotica, which came out in 94. And that would be 10.
Is that 10 movies right there? That's crazy.
I think I listed 10.
Or maybe that was 9. Message from the chat here. Has the historian seen Requiem for a Dream?
I have. He also says, with the morbid out guy and the girl from the Labyrinth, Bowie Bulge. I don't know what that second sentence means. I haven't seen those things. Do you know what it means, Casket? Are you
the David Bowie Bulge in the Labyrinth.
Oh,
Labyrinth.
I haven't seen
David
that.
Bowie. I can hand juggle. Don't look at my balls.
I don't know that film.
It's one of those movies where you watch it and you go, "Oh, they did a lot of drugs in that."
Yeah, they did a lot of drugs in the 80s. Who knew?
Here, I'll tell you a song that is based on drugs that a lot of people haven't listened to, and go listen to it if you have. It was played by Frank Sinatra Jr. sang it, and he was really angry that he had to sing it. From everything that I've heard, he did not want to sing it. He was mad because it was drug related. It's a song called Shadows on a Cloudy Day. Apparently it's about LSD. It's not a bad song, in my opinion, and not a lot of people listen to Frank Sinatra Jr. He's a good singer. Black Knight, I think he does, is my favorite song by him, which is post 1920. But as historian seen Requiem for a Dream, I thought that this was basically like the most depressing story I've ever seen in my life. I really liked, I don't remember the name of the woman. She's really famous. I preferred the woman's acting.
Jennifer Connelly, was she in that?
Is she Jennifer? I don't think it's Jennifer Connelly. I think if you would say it, I would say, "Oh yeah, it's that person." But she's a famous female actor. I thought her part was. I just thought she was better than the other parts, and I was always concerned with her. That's just, it's such a depressing thing. I don't mean to say that, like, oh, I only like depressing films at all, because I don't. I mean, as I said, I like Laurel and Hardy, I like the Marx Brothers, I like the Three Stooges, I like W.C. Fields, I like Abbott and Costello, I like, to be more current, I like Tim and Eric, I like, what's his name?
I'm a
Tom
little bit
Green.
sus that on this top 10, there wasn't at least one Toy Story film.
Did you give your top 10, Casket?
I gave my top 5.
And you didn't say Toy Story?
No, Toy Story was the second one I said.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's so, well, we have a Toy Story then. I'll just say this: Toy Story is not in my top 10. I think Toy Story 2 is my favorite of the Toy Stories, in my
It
opinion.
is pretty good.
This is interesting. Jingle Jazz, who just posted, says the historian seen 120 Days in Sodom. I have not seen it, but I know the Marquis de Sade wrote that book when he was in prison. I've read a little bit of it, of the actual book. I remember one thing I always remember, and I connect it with Casket, is that the Marquis de Sade said when he was in prison, I don't remember why he's in prison, but he's in prison. I think it's during the French Revolution, maybe later. But he said he wrote it on, like, not toilet paper, because he didn't have toilet paper at this time, but he wrote it on scrap paper. And he thought, somebody told him, like, we destroyed that copy and it's totally gone. And he said, which I just loved, he said, I cried tears of blood when I heard that copy was destroyed and that the 120 Days of Sodom is destroyed. I'm going to give you, if you're really interested, even an earlier example of pornography in terms of English literature that I think is a great piece of English literature. If you really want to read, it's by Thomas Nash. A lot of times it's called Thomas Nash's Dildo. He was one of the first authors within the English language to use the word dildo. The actual title is His Choice of Valentines. The speaker goes and visits a whorehouse in, I don't know, I guess 1580 or 1590. I mean, Thomas Nash didn't live past 1603 or something, whatever I can remember. But it's very weird. It's very well written. Thomas Nash, one of my favorite authors. He has a lot of great other books, but this is just so bizarre, and it's worth reading. If you really want to read Thomas Nash, if you're really concerned about it, I would say Pierce Penniless is good. The Unfortunate Traveler is better. That's his best. It's one of the very first novels ever written in English. And he gets in this whole sort of pamphlet war with this guy called Gabriel Harvey that is actually beautiful to read. I mean, when you read it, you'll understand why I talk about death, because I say these two human beings are alive in their writing, and they're so alive you could shake hands with them. And they died 500 plus years ago. It almost feels like 600 plus years ago, but they died 500 plus years ago. I once read, and I think this is going to get us off topic, but I've read The Fairy Queen in toto. I've read every page of it. The Fairy Queen is the longest poem in the English language, traditionally. Maybe there's something longer, I don't know about it. But when I read it, I really thought, and I read it for a graduate class, in fact, and I really thought, and I said this in the class, I said, I wish Edmund Spenser could just walk in this room. He doesn't even have to say a word. I wish he could just walk in the room and almost do this sort of like high fashion, I'm going to walk down the stage and then turn around and walk away because when I read it, I thought, how could a human being on planet Earth write this many lines of poetry, which are you drool over, in my opinion at least, and it was so beautiful, and I don't know. There's so many authors, and I'm more concerned with authors than directors, but there's so many authors that I say, what you've done is you've created something beautiful. And then when I look at directors of modern days, I'm like, you didn't create something beautiful, you created something profitable. And it kind of makes me sick because I think you're supposed to be an author. This is culture. This is what you're giving to the people. And Endgame Part 3, whatever it is not beautiful. I haven't seen it, but I don't even know if that's a thing. But it's like you're just trying to get money out of the people. But and Edmund Spencer to talk about um who was I talking about earlier? I'm so sorry, but I was talking so much about him, about not Spencer. Spencer's the only name I have in mind, but
Kubrick?
Kubrick, right? Casket, you're the nicest man on planet Earth. But Kubrick, it's like, okay, I never actually heard about bad things about Kubrick. I've heard a billion things about bad things about other directors, particularly the director of Chinatown, and that's a whole different discussion.
Oh yeah.
Edmund Spencer was the worst man on planet Earth. He had said, I want to see shore to shore plantations on Ireland. He was just, and I've read his whole publication where he said this, and it's just like, are you a human being? How can you say something like this? You want to see shore to shore plantation, but at the same time, nobody on planet Earth, in my opinion, maybe not even Shakespeare, could write anything better than Edmund Spencer. In fact, Shakespeare stole from him. Shakespeare says, with his weird sisters, where we get the word weird, it's complicated and I won't go into it, but in Macbeth with the witches who are called the weird sisters, this is where we get the word weird, but they had said fair is foul and foul is fair. He gets it from Edmund Spencer. He's stealing it directly. A lot of times, Shakespeare will be said, you'll read all the time if you just search, even in AI, I bet, if you search what are words Shakespeare invented or created, you get eyeball. Everybody says Shakespeare created eyeball. No, it was created, it wasn't even created, but it was first recorded by, I've said his name on a Casket stream before, and I hesitate to think what it effing was. Richard Stanihurst, very obscure. You couldn't get more obscure. And if you want to see an obscure movie that's beautiful, watch. Now I'm saying Richard Stanihurst, and I can't remember this movie that I just said, but watch Being There with Peter Sellers. And if you want to read a book that you'd say, I'd never read this on planet Earth if someone didn't tell me to read it, read Richard Stanihurst's version of the Aeneid. Because as I've said this on private call, and I've never said it on public call before, but one of my favorite things I've ever read, and I say this and I think, oh my God, somewhere on planet Earth, Extra Queso was thinking, you're out of breath, shut up, let other people speak. But one of my favorite things I ever read was Richard Stanihurst's translation of the first line of the Aeneid. In Latin, this first line is Arma virumque canto, or cano. And what it means is, I sing of weapons, arma, like arms, and of the man, virum, like virility. But I sing of weapons and the man. This is where we get like later on, very later. Not Wordsworth. What is his dingus name? And I'm getting into such obscure things, but Richard Stanihurst, you could translate this very easily as I sing of weapons and of the man, or I sing of arms and of the man. Richard Stanihurst is of garbroils and of, man, I can't even remember because I haven't read this in a long time, but of manhood and garbroils I chant is the beautiful line that he says. And when people don't understand where I'm coming from in terms of art, I've said before, where I really come from is I want to see an artistic representation. I don't really care about the thing itself. I want to see how you're presenting the thing itself. Arma Weir and Quaicano, I sing of arms and of the man. Okay, good, fine. It's Virgil, it's the Aeneid, it's you're right, it's the Aeneid. I didn't want to confuse it with the Iliad, but it's the Aeneid, it's the origin story of Rome. But okay, Arma Weir and Quaicano, but that you see an English author saying, I sing of man, of garbroils and manhood I chant. You see that?
Want to know something crazy? You're the first person I ever hear mention Virgil without mentioning Dante Alighieri.
Right, and that's interesting because it brings up Casket, because I know Casket I assume he loves Dante. Casket, have you ever read Dante's Inferno?
No, I haven't actually.
Have you ever read Milton's Paradise Lost?
No.
I need to read that someday.
Yeah, I've read both, and I'll say I hate Milton in my own ways, but Paradise Lost is a little, I don't know. I would say, Dante wrote in, I don't remember what his origin language is. It's what? I'm sorry.
Latin?
No, he didn't write in Latin. He wrote in he didn't write in Latin. He kind of wrote in his language of that time, and I can't remember what it's called. It wasn't Castilian, and I'm sorry, but he wrote in a vulgar, what the Latins would call vulgar script, meaning he wrote in the language of his time, just like Chaucer didn't write in Latin, he wrote in Middle English, but Dante wrote in his language of his time. I have read Dante's Inferno in translation. I will say I haven't read the Divine Comedy in toto, so I can't really say. Dante's Inferno, pretty good.
I also never. I read the Dante's Inferno and the one in the middle. I forgot.
Dante's Inferno, Purgatorio, and Paradiso are the three ones.
Yeah, I read Purgatorio.
Really, that's
I couldn't get through Paradise.
Why? Why did you choose Purgatorio to start?
No, I read Dante's Inferno and then I read Purgatorio.
Oh.
And I never could finish. I could never finish Paradise.
I don't remember what translator I read, but I remember I read this line, and it was really early on when I was interested in poetry. But he said dames of eld and cavaliers when he was talking about, olden folk. And I really love that, dames of eld and cavalier. But that's a translation, and I typically don't read translations. For Casket's history, I've told you the title of the history before. Do you remember what it is?
No, I can't for the life of me think of it.
The Chronicle of Wasted Time. Do you remember that, Casket?
I do remember that.
Right. And I take it from a sonnet by Shakespeare, and he starts, when in the Chronicle of Wasted Time, I see descriptions of the fairest wights. Wights means like persons. or people. And beauty making beautiful old rhyme in praise of ladies dead and lovely nights. And he goes on, but what he's saying there is when I'm reading a history book and I see somebody who's better than me, basically. The Chronicle of Wasted Time means I'm trying to do a double play there, a double meaning there. But it means the Chronicle of Depleted Time. But with you, and I know you really liked it when I first told you it, it kind of means like time wasted, and I think it's just beautiful. The Chronicle of Wasted Time. What could be a better title, and what could be more literary than connecting it with Shakespeare? But frankly, CK Piano has good. He has good complaints because I will say this: I'm long-winded for sure, loquacious if we're going in the Latin derivation there. I am, and I know people don't like that. Sometimes I see it as a positive because I think, well, if I leave, it seems like everyone's kind of quiet, and I'm like, no, every second has to be filled with speech. Jeff, what do you say? And I don't say this as like, oh, I'm going to get offended, but I actually ask you this very truthfully. Do you think like shut the hell up, or like what do you think? Because obviously I can go on and on.
Yeah,
I think
I'm gonna
Yeah, go
tell you
ahead.
the plot of Paranoia Agent.
Tell me
Sorry
that, and
for
then
me.
Jeff will respond.
Okay, the plot of Paranoia Agent is essentially like the thing is that you're trying to solve a crime that is exposed in the first episode. But the thing that makes this show so interesting is two things. One, no one is trying to solve the crime until like episode like 6. No one is actually trying. No character important is actually trying to. You see people trying to do it. No one is trying to actually. No one is trying to put the clues together into like episode 6. Every episode is told by the perspective of a different person that is attacked by the thing that is by the person that is like attacking them. Right? Like somebody's being attacked, there is a crime. Every
Right.
time you see every episode is the perspective of a person that is attacked.
Right. There's a title for this, and I can't remember it. But there's a very specific title for exactly what you're talking about, where we get to see a story, but it's like
Multiple
fractured.
perspectives.
Yeah, and I can't remember what the title is. I mean, it's so modernism, and I understand why a modern
A lot of
story would be.
movies from the 90s sort of picked up that technique. Crash was a popular one. Magnolia maybe followed that same.
Every episode was its own like little story, and like when I watched it the whole time, I was like usually when I watch a mystery, I'm like, okay, figured it out like 20 minutes in a movie
Right.
about a mystery. I've already figured it out, but the whole time you're just trying to figure out what the hell is happening.
The
Like
book,
the mystery, you keep
actually.
getting things that you go like, oh, why is going on?
When people bring up these movies, I say it's kind of started before the movies, and then movies took it up very later. I think there's a lot of freaking books that are just beautiful. If you've never read William Faulkner's As I Lay Dying, you would just, if you're interested in that kind of fractured story, As I Lay Dying is the most readable. But if you're into something that's harder, but it's in the exact same frame, but it's much more complicated, which you'll immediately notice if you read it, Absalom by William Faulkner. Both books by William Faulkner. I think he's the best writer of the 20th century, rather. As I Lay Dying and Absalom, Absalom. As I Lay Dying is the more easily readable. Absalom, Absalom is much more challenging. In fact, when I was in grad school, I had to give a presentation on Absalom, Absalom, and I was just like, man, this is the hardest book I've ever read. And this was after I read The Fairy Queen, which is the longest poem in the English language. Absalom, Absalom is like, you'll never read another book like it, but to speak positively of it, you'll never read another book like it. And, sui generis, as they say, it's in a league of its own. It is something beautiful, but I know, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut anyone else off. I almost forget what the question was. I will just say William Faulkner has a lot of things that I wouldn't read, and everybody tries to read A Rose for Emily. It's good, but actually, Uncle Willie, I think it's called. Let me look it up because that's my favorite of his, and I think he's the best. Right. Okay. Good. It's only 12 pages. That's not hard to read. Uncle Willie.
We got a super
By
chat
William.
here for the historian. They want to know what you went to grad school for.
Yeah. I hate to give too much about my past. I won't say it, and I won't confirm or deny. But Casket, do you remember? I just wonder. I've certainly told you before, but
Man, I'm lucky I know where I am right now.
this is really interesting. And I don't want to gloss over that super chat, but I don't want to gloss over what we were talking about. Somebody called Negative YouTube says, "Is Casket okay? Should he be sleeping without his CPAP?" Casket, what do you say to that?
I don't use a CPAP.
And why not?
What is that?
Right. That's a
I
great
don't care
story.
if I
Can you
die
tell
in
the
my
story?
sleep.
Can you tell the story about trying to get a CPAP?
Yeah, they want me to do another sleep study with the CPAP, but I'm like, they already tried putting it on me the first time, and it's like I can't sleep with that shit on my face.
But what's the consequences they said of not doing it?
Well, I might die in my sleep.
Yeah, shouldn't you weigh those two things?
Yeah, but if I'm gonna die, I'd rather die in my sleep. So.
Yeah,
But you want to
the
extend your
bad
life
part
as
is that
long
you
as
are
you
talking
can.
to a person that is willing to die in their sleep.
Yeah, and I'm sorry if you can hear me PP. I'm sorry, but because I was, but Casket had said to me basically the same thing, and I was like, Casket, the most acute medical problem that you have at the moment is the CPAP thing, and he wouldn't go on about it. And it actually extends to this. I mean, there are other medical issues that Casket has. I'm like, if you don't get this checked out, it might be really bad. One thing that I think is really weird, and I'll just bring up this name because I love him. He's my favorite celebrity of all time. Tiny Tim. Casket, Alice, and Jeff. Do we know who Tiny Tim is?
Tiny.
I know
He's
his
the guy
hit
with the
song.
ukulele, right? Mm?
The guy that
Get
wrote the
up.
songs from SpongeBob?
Tiptoe on the Tulips or something like that.
Tiptoe Through the Tulips, yes, and he was a ukulele player. What did Alice say there?
SpongeBob?
Oh, yes, he was. The very first episode of SpongeBob, he was on. He sang, what was that song? Living in the Sunlight, Loving in the Moonlight, which is
Yeah.
an old
Oh,
song.
that song I know.
Right,
Yeah.
and he sang that on the very first episode of SpongeBob when SpongeBob's trying to get this spatula that's very hard to get, and blah blah blah. Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
But I'm
I was
sorry.
going I remember Tiny Tim was performing live, and he had a heart attack on stage, and he actually like fell forward into the crowd, if I
does.
remember right.
Right, I mean, I was about to say Casca. I'm sorry, Casca. Tiny Tim is kind of famous that he died on stage. He didn't really die on stage. He had a heart attack on stage. That's a whole different thing. He was an extremely
Yeah, but did the heart
religious
attack
man.
kill him? I thought he was still alive.
No, he's dead. He's long dead. But the heart attack, he had a heart attack on stage after he had a heart attack before. Basically, what I know about it, I think the doctor said, don't continue to do this. You need to have a heart surgery. He needed to have, I don't know what kind of surgery it was. I don't know. But they said, don't keep doing your job. You're in that bad a shape. He was in really, really, really bad shape. He had already had a heart attack. If you watch that video, I don't know if it's still on YouTube, but there is a video where it was at a ukulele convention. He walks on stage and he says like, oh, blah, blah, blah. He just kind of starts to talk about something and then he just literally just collapses. And the doctors had said, we need you to get, I don't know. I hate to say it because I don't really know. I assume he needed a heart transplant or something. He really needed like a major surgery. And he was such a religious guy that he was like, no, I don't want this surgery. Like, I'm ready to go meet God. So he didn't get the surgery. And that's why he collapsed on stage, because it was just hard for him. But Tiny Tim, I almost forget, not almost, but I do forget. And I see we have a new super chat directed towards me. I've said it before, and I'm not really. Yeah, it was an English degree, obviously, in terms of what I got my grad school degree in. But man, what the spit? Well, I'll just say, were we talking about that? I said, oh, I have a great story about about Tiny Tim. Like, why did Tiny Tim just come up? And then I'll say, oh, I know what we were saying.
You were talking about he was religious and he needed a heart transplant or something?
Right, but that wasn't it. There was something before that somehow we got on time. No, and that's not what I meant, because I'm an idiot. It's my fault. It's me. We were talking about Tiny and what the spit, because I could say a lot about Tiny Tim. I love him. Tiny Tim's my favorite musician of all time. That's what I will say. I was going to say something much more interesting, and I'm sorry, because I really do love Tiny Tim, and I know a lot about him. I probably brought it up, but Tiny Tim's my favorite musician of all time. I think he was king. He was kingly. Casket would know a little bit about being kingly. Tiny Tim was the man on planet Earth. He had a weird life that I've been interested in since I've been like 8 years old, maybe, or 10 or 12. I really don't remember, but whatever interest I have in Casket King, it started with Tiny Tim. When I was in grad school, I wrote this great essay that's not published, but I think it should be, about Tiny Tim, and I love Tiny Tim. I think he's the greatest performer who ever lived, because I think it was the weirdest performer who ever lived. He lived before autism was really a diagnosis. It's just so obvious that he was on the spectrum, as we would say nowadays, and he was the man. I would tell a better story that I can't remember now. But it was about Tiny Tim, and it was a great story. I mean, it was, I don't know. See, when I stop talking, I feel like everyone will say, well, what the spit are we supposed to talk about? And that's how I feel. I'm like, I can't stop talking because if I stop talking, maybe the stream will end. And I'm like, hey, I still have
Well, I mean,
a little bit of time.
I can try and fill in some air, you know.
Can you
Go for it,
talk
man.
about?
Give me
Can
a
you talk
topic,
about
I'll
Tiny
talk
Tim?
about it.
Can you talk about Tiny Tim?
Yeah, I loved him in that SpongeBob episode. I got bummed out when they couldn't play it anymore because of copyright. And
Is
I've
that
looked up
true?
some of his music videos in the past, and I thought, he's pretty good.
Yeah. Andy Kaufman says Tiny Tim was no artist, which I think that adjective in and of itself is, But I think he was. I think he was interested in early music. Almost, I hate to say this because it almost incriminates me in a weird way, but he was interested in early music in a weird way, and I've heard a billion songs. And obviously, a billion is an exaggeration. I've heard so many songs from Tiny Tim that were these early American songs from, cylinder phonographs that he really points out. And I have a lot in my mind, but it's hard to say because if I say them, I don't know. I won't even go into this, but obviously, early cylinder phonographs can be problematic, even though they can be great songs.
I've heard a few of those cylinders, and I find them interesting.
What cylinder have you ever heard?
I've heard some of the old wax ones.
I know, but what can you remember a thing?
No, I can't remember what, but I just remember finding them very, very interesting. It's like, oh, this would be cool. You could still do this today with the wax.
I know it's bizarre, and this is Edison, but it's not really Edison's. Well, I guess that at that time it is Edison. That's like the one invention he had when he was a horrible person, in my opinion. Dingle Jazz in the chat says, "What the spit?"
We're
I do
talking
say
about
that. Oh, I'm sorry, Alice. Please continue.
we're talking about the Edison, like the wax thingies that play the music.
Right, Edison,
That for a while.
Edison, who's considered to have created, the wax cylinder and voice in that way. He's also considered to have created a light bulb. I don't know. There's another guy called Joseph Swan, if I remember. Swan is his last name, certainly. They created this company called Ediswan. Maybe it's not Joseph, but Ediswan. I don't think he actually created the first light bulb. I think it was just a great businessman. And then there was this thing called man, I don't even remember what Edison called his movie cameras, but Edison claimed to have invented movie cameras and motion pictures in general. I don't think so. I think he was a great inventor. I mean, the classic story is Nikola Tesla, and I think that was the story that happened over and over again. I think it was worthless. But somebody says, historian, have you seen Forbidden Zone? I think I have, but is Forbidden Zone it's not an English film, right? And it has a different title under another name, or am I thinking of something else? I think I've seen Forbidden Zone, and I saw it in a class, and I really liked it, but it was also it was almost an academic film, and that's kind of hard, but I can't remember what title I heard it on. Not Forbidden Zone, but let me even look it up because I don't remember. Forbidden Zone. What title I heard it under, and I don't think it was Forbidden Zone. Oh, 1980, absolutely not. I've never seen Forbidden Zone. I was thinking of, there was this other movie that's black and white. It's very early. It's not in English, but it's the whole movie is like we're gonna enter this area that's kind of off limits, and it's a very weird. No, it's not Planet of the Apes at all. I wasn't talking about that, but it's I think it's Russian. Maybe it's Soviet Union, but I think it's Russian. Have Forbidden Zone, and it's probably like 40s, but I don't know. Just because I was, whatever. I've seen enough very early artistic films, and I thought, what is that stupid? And it's not stupid, but I just mean like, gosh, what is that freaking thing? Because it's one of those movies where, like, if you look at the top 10 movies of all time, it might come up, but I can't think of what it is, and I'm sorry, I don't say it out of spite. It's not Forbidden. I really can't think of what it is, and it's not in English for sure. What about I had a movie, but now I'm so concerned with this. It's a lot. I was actually shocked, Jeff, how you had the movies that you mentioned were like, okay, for the most part, they were animes that I heard.
2 of them were, yeah.
How many would you say?
2 of the 10.
Really, only 2?
Yeah.
The only movie I think I ever have watched out of that list was Chinatown, and I love Chinatown. Chinatown is my.
I didn't see Rosemary's Baby?
I know of it, but I have to say I have not seen it. In general, I don't watch horror movies, and from everything I've heard of Rosemary's Baby, maybe I'm thinking of something else, but it's a horror movie, and I'm like,
it's a Polanski film.
Oh yeah, and I hate to say this. I hate to say this because obviously I got in enough trouble with Schindler's List, but I do think Polanski was a good artist in terms of director. Let's just say that I do think he was a good director. In fact,
I can separate the art from the person, but I know a lot of people can't.
I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you, but to most people today say, you shouldn't. That's even what I think about. I don't know. I don't even want to go into it, but I just think that we should always separate the art from the person. As I said, I was talking about Edmund Spencer earlier. He was, in terms of his political beliefs, I would spit on him and say, you're a worthless human being. You want to make Ireland shore plantations, which he literally says. I think he's worthless, but in terms of an artist, I think you can almost never find an English poet who's more impressive than him. But I don't know. That's the discussion. Like, I have heard, I wasn't the professor in this class. I just heard the conversation, and one of the students, in fact, they were talking about Roman Polanski. I don't know what movie they were talking about. Maybe it was Chinatown, but they were saying, well, he had all this stuff, and he had all this personal stuff that was horrific. I agree. Roman Polanski is a human being. He's not somebody I would ever defend, and I think they're coming from the right place. But they were like, we shouldn't watch this movie. And I again say, I just assume they were talking about Roman Polanski. Maybe it was any number of authors, but they were, like, oh, we shouldn't watch this. And they said we should watch a movie by someone who, is more I don't remember what verbiage they used, but more acceptable or whatever. And I was just thinking, it's not about the person who made it. It's about the work of art itself. And unfortunately, horrible people can make great art, and anybody who studies art has to accept that fact, or they have to do away with a lot of great art. And it's not a movie thing at all. Polanski is his own thing. It's Polanski. He's an awful human being. I think he made great
It's also
movies.
complicated with films, because if you want to boycott a film because like the director's a horrible person, there's still like a dozen actors' performances that they put their heart and soul into who are completely unrelated to Polanski. It's like, can you recognize their work?
You know what I've heard recently, or not really recently, but this is the exact kind of argument I've heard. They said, if the artist is still alive, and I think Polanski is still alive, but I could be wrong. They say we shouldn't support this piece of art because they say this person who's a monster benefits from us supporting this piece of art. And actually, even though I like the piece of art, I understand very strongly where this person comes from. And I wonder what we feel about that. Like,
Yeah.
if they're still alive, it's hard to watch. Yeah, pirating is a different thing if we're gonna buy the DVD but even buying the DVD secondhand. But supporting them while they're still alive, I see that argument very well. And I say I understand what you're saying because I love Chinatown. I think Polanski was a shit as a human being. And in fact, I had talked earlier about and I can't even think of his name because I'm a pathetic piece of shit, but I had talked earlier about, and it's not this, but it's just like I have these problems. I had talked earlier about this great actor, Jack Nicholson. Believe it or not, and I don't know if you know this, Jeff, but that whole horrible thing that happened with Polanski happened, if I remember correctly, at Jack Nicholson's house. So anybody who says I don't like Polanski, they should say in the same breath, I don't like Jack Nicholson. And I feel like you have to say, I wouldn't. In fact, excuse me, Extra Queso had said, I would share a beer with this guy or talking about sharing a beer with him. And this is a very tricky question of, I wouldn't share a beer with Polanski because he's Polanski and he's an awful person. But Jack Nicholson, I don't know. It's a little tougher because I'll just say this: I really do love Jack Nicholson, and I think he's the best actor, probably of the 20th and the 21st century that I've ever seen. But if you hate Roman Polanski, you must hate Jack Nicholson because it happened at his house. And it's just weird. I mean, you know what? I'm sorry I didn't read this message. It was by Jingle Jess. He said Stalker, and he said, are you thinking of Stalker by Yuri Gagarin? I didn't even actually know the director's name. I was thinking of Stalker. And I think that's a great movie. But that's what I was thinking of. And I think Stalker is hauntingly beautiful, and it's an academic film. It's complicated, just like Archangel, but Archangel's more concerned less with narrative and more with the mise en scène. But I was thinking of Stalker. That was a good catch there.
I can rarely get into Russian movies just because of how bleak they are. It's rough.
Have you ever seen Casket? Casket hasn't seen, but he could play this right now, and I would watch it with him. One of my favorite Russian movies I've ever seen was, I haven't seen this for effing years, and it's an animation. It's an animated movie that came out in I think it's even the 20s. And I'm going to try to find it right now. If anyone wants to say anything, say it now, because I'm going to try to find.
Well, everybody, we just hit the 3-hour, 36-minute mark and 56 seconds. I just want to say thank you, everybody, for staying with us this long.
Okay, good. Thank you for staying with us. It's from Soviet Russia. I mean, and I'm talking old school Soviet Russia, the 20s. Haven't watched this movie in years. I am really trying to think of what the heck this movie was called. It was the weirdest movie I've ever seen. It included Nazis. It was that weird. And, nobody was talking about Nazis in the 20s. Interspace Revolution. That's what comes to my mind. And the fact it was interplanetary. Revolution. It's this very weird communist. I'm going to look it up if I can find it. It will be interesting to not even because, okay, Interplanetary Revolution 1924 Soviet cartoon. It is on YouTube. I'll send it to Casket. We don't have to respond to it because, frankly, I think it would be better if we talked about it. And I agree with Extra Case. I can't shut up, and I would like to hear more of Jeff because I feel like he does know more than I do about movies, and he should give his opinion
no.
here. But
maybe one specific decade, but that's about it.
right, okay. Interplanetary Revolution. This is the weirdest movie. This is like, I don't even believe it's real even today, because 1924, the Nazis were nobody. And I feel like, why are they, like, how is it possible that Soviet Russia, Trotsky, Leninist Russia is making this film, but Interplanetary Revolution in 1924, Casket, if you want to watch it, I'll watch it. It's only like 8 minutes. I don't remember how long it is, but you couldn't believe it. This is what 1920s children saw in Russia as propaganda. And it is propaganda, but there's beauty in it, in my opinion.
Let me have a looky loo here.
And I will just say, when Kaz is having a looky loo, I don't agree with Jeff. I think he does know a lot more about movies than I do in general. But, you know, that's me. That's
Who, Casket does or I do?
Oh, you do. I would never say Casket
I guess
knows
I can
better.
play this because I don't see anything too bad in
There are, I will say, it makes fun of Nazis. Nazis are the bad guys, and there are swastikas eventually. I don't assume that would cause problems. I mean, we're commentating on it. We're giving commentary, so I don't think people really care. There are, literally, this movie is over 100 years old now because it came out in 1924. It's now 1925. Yes, it does have a swastika. I don't know if that's going to get you in trouble, but it's not positive.
I
It's
don't
not
know.
a
I feel
positive
like the
swastika.
YouTube deep mind's gonna pick it up.
It might. If you don't want to play it, you don't have to play it because it does.
Yeah, if it weren't for that, man, I'd play it. But
Yeah, okay.
things
I
are
think
very
that is.
hot right now politically concerning Nazis.
They are. I think. Yeah.
I
don't know.
I've got a proposal for. Oh, we got a new entrant to the stream.
Yo,
What's up, Blump?
Blumpmeister, can you
Blump, man,
tell
what's
us your
up?
top 5 favorite movies of all time?
Huh?
What's your top 5 favorite movies?
Damn, that's tough. Man.
Pootie Tang.
Pootie Tang. Rush Hour 2.
Directed by Louis C.K.
Correct.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. Rush Hour 2. Dark City.
No, wait, Dark City is actually in your top 5, is it?
No. I'm saying movies I watched with Jeff in high school. Fargo.
Oh, yeah.
Fargo, I love. That's in my top 5. I agree with you there. I've
Pulp
heard. Pulp Fiction, I've never seen. I have heard. I don't know if you know. Goodness gracious, what's his name? He's Russian. He's a philosopher. Something Zizek. His last name is Zizek.
Slavoj Zizek?
Oh, yeah.
Slavoj Zizek. Whatever his name is. I'm sorry if I said his first name wrong. I know it's Zizek, but whatever his first name is. I feel like he had said that movie as one of his favorite movies, and then I went and tried to watch it, and I was like, and I'm sorry, it was it was not the last movie you said, but the movie before it. Dark something or
City?
something like that. Dark City. I think he said like, "Oh, really watch this movie," and I tried to watch it, and I was like, "This sucks," in my opinion. But he said ideologically, whatever, he really liked that. But no, I'm sorry to cut you off. I tried to watch that movie, and I thought, but I didn't finish it, so I can't really talk.
Oh, you might hate it even more because I feel like it gets worse as it goes on. I do love the like film noir style, and I like.
I
the
know
set
that's
pieces
what
and
it
stuff.
was. I'm glad that you said that because that is the movie I was trying to watch, and I love film noir. If you really want to watch film noir, there's a billion movies that you should watch that are film noir. But Dark City, if I'm remembering the correct movie, I was like, first off, it's not even film noir because it's so late. It's almost like calling something that I wrote today modernism. It's like, no, this happened 100 years ago. It's no longer film noir. It's no longer whatever. I don't think that I
mean, they're
I don't
taking
think
inspiration from it.
they're taking inspiration, but I don't. I mean, I wasn't saying this about you. I was saying that Zizek sort of said this, and then other critics have said this, and it's like this. First off, it's not noir, in my opinion. Noir has to be black and white.
Hold
Personally,
on,
in
I
my
just gotta
opinion.
say, Jiggle Jess is leaving, so goodbye to Jiggle Jess. We hope you have a good one, yeah?
Bye.
Did he say anything else? I mean, I didn't want to.
I just say,
Okay,
gotta
gotta
go,
go.
Kings, stay epic.
Actually, yeah, he says he's as I said, he's talking about Stalker, but then he says another masterpiece is The Adventure of Timothy the Tooth. I'm not familiar with it. He said Edmund Spencer would have loved it. I doubt it. I haven't seen it, but Edmund Spencer would have. He was living in the 1590s, so he didn't really care about movies. And then he says, I'm sorry, this is Joel. This is Joel. I'm sorry to connect that with it. Joel says, who I don't know, The Adventures of Timothy the Tooth, and then he connects it with Edmund Spencer. I don't know if Joel is familiar with Edmund Spencer, but then he says Solaris. I think I've seen this before. I've really heard about it a billion times. Sometimes it's almost like A Tale of Two Cities or something. It's like I read that very early on, but then everybody just says, oh, read this, read this, read this. And I'm like, I don't really like Dickens, in my personal opinion. But then people try to just say, oh, if you don't like Dickens, you don't like writing. Solaris, I've heard of this. I think I've tried to write it. But then you're right. Jingle Jess, who sent money in, says goodbye. We were, as we were talking, we were on Blumpmeister. Blumpmeister, you were talking about your top 5, and
we got through like
be interested.
2 or 3 of them, but I think those were like joke movie suggestions.
I have
Or
a
at
hard
least-
time with this. I can't really name 5.
I'm the same way. But
Do you
like,
really think those were joke, Jeff? You really think he didn't?
No, I think he was
believe it?
deliberately. I think he was deliberately giving film references to movies we watched in high school.
Oh,
subtle nod. Not that like he hates the movies or anything, but they probably wouldn't
No.
be like his top 5.
What are your
I don't
serious
know, I
top
like-
5? Say
You ever see There Will
serious
Be
top
Blood?
5. Blood, no.
There Will Be Blood. Paul Thomas Anderson.
Oh, There Will Be Blood, yes. And
That's a great movie. Like
Have you
that
seen
one a lot.
Historian?
I
Have you
know
seen
that-
Magnolia?
Magnolia, I haven't seen. There Will Be Blood, I have seen. And I will just say
Magnolia
that
is a multi-narrative film.
Yeah, Magnolia is a
And I
banger.
don't-
Great movie.
I don't say that multi-narrative things are great. I think it's a trick. You know what I mean? I think it's just something you can do that if you read modernist literature, you might say, hey, I'm going to be... I think people put too much emphasis on modernism, in my opinion, even though I love modernism. If you're really concerned about modernism, read Winesburg, Ohio. by Sherwood Anderson, and I think that's a beautiful thing. And there's so many beautiful modernist works. I have not seen that. I don't know. Magnolia is it called? I have not seen that. I would say if you're interested in modernism, look towards modernism. And here's a movie. Have either you, Jeff, or Bluntmeister ever seen a beautiful movie? One of my favorite movies. The Last Man. It's also kind of it's called The Last Laugh in English, but it's complicated. It's a silent movie. Have you either seen that?
I haven't seen many silent movies.
It's in the public domain, as most silent movies are, and I would say if Casket ever wanted to watch The Last Man, and we really wanted to talk, give commentary, I would say this is a beautiful movie. It's hard to say a silent movie, in my opinion. That's better than The Last Man. I would say The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari or M for Murder, but this is a great movie to watch. No, I haven't, and I would just say if you're looking for a truncated story, don't look for Belated. Look for, if you really are concerned, look for Faulkner, look for Absalom, or look, the much more accessible is As I Lay Dying. And I'll tell you this, you've never read, and I'll say this, I would bet dollars to donuts, as I said earlier, you've never read anything in your life that's like As I Lay Dying. It'll change your life and it'll make you think, I have to just read literature, because As I Lay Dying, in my opinion, is the most accessible work by William Faulkner, who's the most incredible writer of the 21st century, or the 20th century. I'm very sorry, but you can't. It's As I Lay Dying. Has anyone ever read this at all? Maybe in school?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
No, I didn't expect Cass. I mean, it's not a 7th grade work, but good God, As I Lay Dying. There's nothing like it at all. I'm very sorry. Obviously, I cut off Bluntmeister. What else? What were the other kind of movies? You had said a couple of them, and I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Bluntmeister, your thoughts?
We love you, Bluntmeister.
He might be muted. I think he's in his car, so he mutes on and off.
He's not muted. He came off mute. No.
Is he there?
Okay. He came off mute. I hope he's there. I hope he's really just thinking in his head, what are my top 5?
Now, sometimes when I call him when he's in his car, he doesn't have it. Sometimes it's not set up right. Oh yeah.
He left. Does anyone remember what I said okay, I'm sorry. Bluntmeister, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we can.
Historian, what are your 5 favorite movies?
Bluntmeister, you have asked the perfect question, because I was just concerned with that. However, I'm always concerned we have to move things along, that I haven't really have time to think of my top 5 favorite movies. One of them is Chinatown. I love Chinatown with Jack Nicholson. If I really had to say my top favorite movie, Chinatown.
Chinatown's a great movie.
I agree. I think Chinatown is it's hard to beat. And it might be the number 1 movie. I love Jack Nicholson. I think it's his best movie.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I totally agree with you. 100%. Chinatown's a great movie. I could have mentioned that.
I agree with you there. And Chinatown's, I agree with you. Now it's gosh, I feel like I'm going to say a lot of movies that I've watched recently. As I said before Bluntmeister joined, but I said Being There with Peter Sellers. I haven't seen that in a long time, but That's when I watched it, and I only watched that about a week ago. I was like, this is one of the best movies I've ever seen. It's one of the most intelligent movies I've ever seen. And when I watch a movie, I think, in terms of how I judge it, I say, how serious was the writer, not the director, because most people are concerned with the director. I say writer more. How serious was the writer in their script? I think Being There is just incredible, and I would recommend it. And I would say if you go into it, it's hard because you're going to go into it and say, this is a one joke movie. That's exactly what I said. It's not. It's almost unbelievable how deep it is, and I need to watch it about 20 more times until I actually understand it. And when you get in terms of a piece of literature, we'll just call it, where you just say, I love it, but I have to re-experience it multiple times before I really understand it, then you know you're in greatness. I think Being There is one of them.
Yeah, it's a great movie. I love Peter Sellers. I just watched
Do
that
you
movie
like Being
last
There?
month. Yeah, of course.
What did you, and I'm not saying anything hard. I don't want to put you out there, but I won't even say what I thought about it because it's so complicated. But when you watched Being There, what was your thoughts about it? Like, what do you think?
I had taken a Xanax because I was on a plane, so I don't really
I
remember.
wish I had experienced
It was still
Xanax
pretty
before. You watched Being There on a plane while you were high on Xanax. That's an incredible story. I wish I could experience that because, my God, that must have been really weird. Being There, I hate to say it because I'm the historian and people kind of hated when I brought this up, but Being There is about death, and I never understood it when I saw it for the first time. And even when I watched it, I was like, I really need to understand. I couldn't even understand it in terms of why is there this juxtaposition of life and death? And death is just so prevalent throughout the whole thing. And okay, I'm the historian, I'll bring up death, but you can't watch that movie and really understand it without understanding that it's about the human condition and having to face death and what should we do with our lives, in my opinion. And Peter Sellers' character, I almost don't like it, but Peter Sellers' character at the end walks on water, and he takes a. I know. I don't even think that ruins it because this movie is weird. I think you would agree this movie's like no movie you've ever seen before.
It's definitely
When he walks,
I mean, it's definitely got an interesting narrative style, and I don't know, the plot's pretty cool, but yeah, definitely don't.
It's not like we're working towards this position where we see him as Jesus, and I don't even accept that at all. But when he walks on water at the end, which I don't think he's trying to be a Christ figure, or the writer even was trying to be a Christ figure. But when he walks on water at the end, it makes us think differently. And I think that's what I think the director or the writer, whoever, I don't know much about this story. I think they were concerned about it's going to be this, it's naivete is the word to describe this whole movie. And when he walks on water at the end, it's not so much that he's a Christ figure, but I feel like it's trying to say that there was a naivete towards Christ, which was weird. But even then, I say, I don't understand this movie. I need to watch it 20 times. That's one of these movies that the first time you watch it, you're not going to like it. The second time, maybe you understand it better. Maybe the 20th or 40th time, you'll say, I really understand it. And I don't know, maybe people who really like to watch movies or who really like to read will see that and say, you know, this is really great. Other people might say, like Casket might watch that and say, like, this is a piece of shit. And I understand where Casket's coming from. There's shittiness in it, for sure. But, okay, I think I cut you off. I do really... Well, Were you saying yours or was I saying mine? I don't even remember.
You were saying yours.
I said Chinatown. I said Being There, so that's 2, and I agree with that. I can't. It's hard to say my top 5, but here's one that I've watched so many times recently that I say there must be something there. A Man for All Seasons. Have we ever seen that?
No, when did
We
that
have
come out?
not.
That's an old movie. I think it's from the 60s, maybe 70s. It's about Sir Thomas More, who wrote the book Utopia, and he came up with the word utopia. If you ever used the word utopia before, you got it from Sir Thomas More, and this
Never
movie's
have, never
about...
would.
You wouldn't use the word utopia?
No, I'm just kidding.
Why?
I've used it.
Utopia is a great word. He created it. In fact, in one of my classes, I had to read the book Utopia, and this was the sentence that I came out with. I had to write a whole essay, but I said, Utopia is a theocratic surveillance state. And I still agree with it. Sir Thomas More is... They paint him as it's complicated in that movie, A Man for All Seasons, but he wrote Utopia, and if you really read Utopia, you understand, man, this guy's really religious. Like, you couldn't say anything else about it. I would just really say, watch that movie. It's not a hard watch at all. The acting is incredible. I think the guy who plays Henry VIII is called... I think his literal name is Robert Shaw, if you know that actor. And later in The Sting, he plays the big guy, like Lonigan something. Doyle Lonigan, if you've ever seen The Sting. I think that's a good...
Sting is dope. With Robert Redford's?
Right. I've seen The Sting a lot of times. I wouldn't put it in my top 5, but this Doyle right, it is a good movie, but I wouldn't put it in my top 5. And Doyle Lonigan, Robert, is his name? Well, you just said Robert Redford, and I was saying Shaw something, and I just said it, but it's Shaw. I don't know him at all.
Robert Shaw.
Is it Robert Shaw? He plays...
And Robert Redford.
Henry VIII. And as a historical character, I love Henry VIII. And it's really weird because when I look at actors nowadays, I'm like, and I'm thinking even of stage actors, I always think, I don't want to see realism. I want you to be a little weird. I want to see something like, I want to see you express emotions in a little bit different way. And in A Man for All Seasons, Robert Shaw as Henry VIII is like, he plays such a weird character. His character is almost always screaming at the top of his lungs, and it's so perfect. Like, obviously nobody's ever heard what Henry VIII sounded like, but screaming at the top of your lungs is almost perfect. I shouldn't say nobody. People who met him knew it, but everyone else who lives in whatever, it doesn't know what he sounded like, but he's always screaming. And I really wish we could just see actors nowadays who weren't so realist, in my opinion. And you don't see that anywhere, not even in silent films. Everybody's a realist. But he, trying to be a realist, I guess, just is screaming every line, like literally at the top of his lungs, screaming. And I think, God, this expresses what it means to be Henry VIII, who doesn't think that any human being on planet Earth is better than him. It's arrogance in a very weird way. Is it in my top 5? Maybe, maybe not. A Man for All Seasons, I would say, if anybody's really interested, watch that. But I watched that recently. So I said Chinatown, A Man for All Seasons. I thought it was at number 3. I can't remember. Did I say a third movie?
Yeah. A Man of All Seasons was the third movie. Being There was the second movie.
Being There, okay. Yeah, that's too obvious. Okay, Being There, Chinatown, A Man for All Seasons, Being There, and A Man for All Seasons. I've watched recently, so they're fresh on my mind. Now I have to pick two, and that's really hard. That is.
All right, top three is good. Top three is good. I'm willing to. I don't want to make you think too hard on this one.
I will. I will think too hard.
I have a proposal for Casket, and maybe this is kind of experimental, but Casket, what if off stream we watched a movie together, like from beginning to end, and I just cut out and edited the parts that you actually have reactions to, and you can like do a proper movie reaction to like anything. Would you be down for that?
Yeah, I'd be down for that.
Because I feel like you have thoughts on a lot of movies, but I might need to have to just like pause certain scenes and ask you questions and get those answers out of you, if you're down with that.
Yeah, man, I'd be down for that.
That's a hard question, because if you ask Casket if he's down for anything, he's going to be down for it. Earlier, I remembered in the chat, somebody said, what the F is that town's name? It's a Coen Brothers film, Fargo. Fargo, I would say, is the best Coen Brothers film. And as I've said before, it was probably in a private call, I think the Coen Brothers are the best living American directors. And I think their best film is Fargo, which I would totally stand behind. You know, I don't think that's typical. Most people want to say The Big Lebowski. Does anybody, and I particularly throw this out to Bluntmeister and Jeff, do you say, no, The Big Lebowski is better than Fargo?
No, I wouldn't. I would put No Country for Old Men somewhere at the top. I like Barton
I
Finkel.
forgot about that, and I freaking agree with you. That's one of my favorite movies. I'm going to put that in.
I'm sort of weird because whatever like the director's like main, one or two popular movies are, I kind of like their more underrated films. Like with Stanley Kubrick, I feel like most people would say either The Shining or 2001. But I'm sort of coming around to Eyes Wide Shut as being one of his better films.
Man, why would you say that? Of all of Stanley Kubrick's films, I haven't seen Eyes Wide Shut. One of my friends said, you have to see this. And I was, okay, it's weird. It's like, okay, Stanley Kubrick basically died in the process of it. But how can a person not say, when they're talking about Stanley Kubrick, my favorite Stanley Kubrick is... What is the stupid name of it? It's the Irish one. Barry Lyndon.
Well, she was a lass, and me was a laddie.
I don't know that, but Barry Lyndon, and if you've ever seen Barry Lyndon, it's like, how can you watch anything else by Stanley Kubrick and then watch, how can you possibly say Barry Lyndon is not his best? By God, Barry Lyndon.
I mean, it's kind of dope that he used NASA lenses and like all natural light for that shit.
Yeah. That's not why I liked it. I didn't even know about that before I watched it. I don't care about that, but just, my God, it's the most beautiful movie that's ever been shot on film.
Yeah.
I haven't even seen that one.
For the sake of posterity. But listen, man, it's been fun. I gotta go.
Bluntmeister will leave.
You have a good
we
one,
all
man.
should go. But okay. Jeffrey Epstein still on the call. I'll say to you, I said, I've called you that before a long time ago because your name is Jeff. But
oh yeah, I get the reference.
What do you think? You said that you think No Country for Old Men. When you said that, I had said a different movie, and I said I think Cormac McCarthy actually was watching this other movie and that made him think of the plot of No Country for Old Men. And No Country for Old Men started as a script, and then it turned into a novel that eventually turned into a movie. But do you remember that at all? Did you ever watch that movie?
I don't think so.
It's with Walter Matthau, and I want you to kind of take time, because in fact I can't even remember what that movie is, so I'm looking it up right now. And if you watch this movie, you're going to say, this is No Country for Old Men. And it's weird because it's freaking Walter Matthau, of all human beings. Not The Taking of Pelham 1, 2, 3 or whatever that's called. I like that one, in fact, by Walter Matthau. Not the Sunshine Boys. I like that as well. The Bad News Bears, I like that. Charlie Varick. I'm gonna say that's one of my top 10s. If you really like No Country for Old Men, watch Charlie Varick, 1973 with Walter Matthau. It's never come out saying it, but I guarantee that No Country for Old Men was based on Charlie Varick. And I'll tell you this, it's 1 hour, 51 minutes, 1973. It has its faults. This is absolutely, without a doubt, I would bet the farm on it, the film that No Country for Old Men is based off of ultimately. And when you see it, it's like, I personally love Walter Matthau. Have you ever seen any Walter Matthau? Like, do you have any personal attachment to Walter Matthau, Jeff?
The actor?
You're right.
I'm trying to think of what he's been in.
Oh my goodness gracious, he's been in
The
too
Odd
many.
Couple.
The Odd Couple, of course, which I personally don't like, but he's Bad News Bears, Sunshine Boys.
Taking Pelham 1, 2, 3.
Taking of Pelham 1, 2, 3, which I mentioned, but he's been in a lot of great movies. But if you watch Charlie Varick, you won't even believe it. You'll say, this is No Country for Old Men on a different. This is the predecessor. Casket just said, "Oh." What were you saying, Casket?
I hate to be a Debbie Downer, but I think we need to wrap this up. I'm getting really tired, and we've been going for 4 hours.
Yeah, we've gone on for quite a while.
Right. We never talked about the last stream that happened. People tried to say "I love you, Casket," and actually, that was not my classic. I did say "I love you, Casket," and "I love you, whatever," but my classic ending thing was, it wasn't related to Casket at all. It was related to University Challenge. Has anyone heard that? It's like Jeopardy, but very prestigious, from England. University Challenge. Has anyone heard that?
No, I've never heard of it.
No, it's beautiful. It's like Jeopardy, but much harder. And if you're interested, go look on it. But the way the host always, his name was Bamber Gascoigne, he always ended it was, and it's goodbye from this person, and it's goodbye from that person, and it's goodbye from this person, and it's goodbye from me. And I used to do this, and we stopped it, but it was so, it was so just kind of prestigious and regal that I just love this as an offshoot that we could do on Casket Channel. But if we want to end it, here's what I'll say, and it's a goodbye from Casket King.
Goodbye, everybody.
And it's a goodbye from Alice Music.
Bye, everybody.
And it's a goodbye from Jeffrey Epstein B.
Hey, that's Jeffrey Dahmer to you, buddy.
And it's a goodbye from me. Goodbye.
Peace out.